and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess.
Last week, we whittled down our teams to the top 8 teams in the region in preparation for our challenge season. Now we are live in studio in Poland and ready to watch as our teams continue to battle it out over the next 4 weeks. We are one step closer to the World Championship, so let's get into stage 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is day number 1 of our challenge season for COD Mobile EU. And I, for one, am very excited to get into all of the action here today. I'm going to be your host, Glitter Explosion. And you know, we had to bring the whole gang into the studio for the challenge, which means we have Beef Mommy, Bobby Plays, and I Hold Shift joining us here today for the entire season. Are you excited?
I mean, we have a whole month's worth of just pure action, not just for EU, but also NA, but we're going to be talking about EU. I'm so excited. Firstly, can I just say how good everyone looks? The studio looks super nice. Good job to everyone in the back end. But speaking of EU, roster mania this whole entire week, which I think will change up a lot of other teams and the chemistry leading up into the next few weeks.
Yeah, no question about it. It's been chaos all over the world with everybody changing roster as much as they can, but I think there's a couple that really solidified their place. But ultimately, the only team that we really expect to be at the top is Kings. It seems like right now everybody else trying to fight for a chance at taking them down.
But this is the great thing about this stage and this format is teams are going to have a chance to learn and adapt. This is not just a one-weekend tournament like we often have seen in COD Mobile esports before. So I think our power rankings are going to shift just a little bit over the course of the next couple of weeks.
All right, well, we keep talking about it. We're here for the next 4 weeks, which means if you don't want to miss out on a single second of any of the action, make sure you're following us on social media, okay? Do that now, right at the beginning of the season, so that you are up to date with everything. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, be watching us on Twitch, on YouTube, okay? Just make sure you're keeping up with everything because there's going to be a lot of action in store the entire summer. And if you want to hang out with us a little bit more, even outside of these shows, make sure you head on over to Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community. You can chat all things COD Mobile, hang out with us, just spend some time, and once again, stay up to date on absolutely everything. So make sure you are doing that now. It's going to be better than later. Now, In case you're new here, we've done this a couple times, but now we're in the challenge. Things are a little bit different, so if you missed it or if you need a refresher, let's walk through the format of how everything works and how our teams even got here today, Bobby.
Obviously, you guys that play COD Mobile know that Stage 1 is ranked. Stage 2 is ranked, but you're with your teammates, and that is what we use to find our top 128 teams in each of those individual regions. Obviously, these guys played a big bracket to make it down to the top 8 teams, which we are going to be showcasing throughout the next month of COD Mobile action. It's going to start out with a round robin, which we've not seen for Stage 4 before, to bring us to those top 4. They'll play a double elimination bracket, playing for 2 of those spots in Stage 5.
Of course, there's lots of on the line for our players. Obviously, those 2 spots, but not only that, we've been talking about this a couple times now. We have prize money on the line, even more this time around for Stage 4, Mommy. I mean, the players have to be hyped about this.
Oh, definitely. I mean, not only do they have the pride of EU on their chest, right? They definitely want those 2 spots in the World Championship. But the money, we already mentioned that Stage 3 was the first time that you had a prize pool, but that was $500. Now we're going to be quadrupling that amount going into the first and second right here. But obviously, you're not going to be leaving empty-handed, as all the way down there into that 8th spot, you have $500. But like what I said, you want to get those top 2 spots to represent EU in the world stage.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough competition. And of course, like we mentioned earlier, our top 8 teams have made it here to the challenge so far. Lots of personalities, lots of big names that we'll be talking about throughout the entire season. And we have a quick little video to break them all down for you, so let's check it out.
Let's introduce the Call of Duty mobile teams here at the challenge phase of European Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Kings. Starting off with Kings, the undisputed rulers of the European scene. Brace yourselves for an even deadlier roster this season. We have Spy and Inferno, 2 standout performers from Nova Esports last season. Bringing more flair are Marvel as the Deadeye, regarded as the best sniper in Europe, Grizz as the close-range duelist, and the rising star Ray with some juicy mechanical skills. We already saw the Stage 3 qualifiers turning into a one-sided showdown as underdogs like Icemon face the heat against the Kings. Their heavy artillery setup, unleashing LMGs and large-caliber SMGs, left Mont utterly demolished in his respawn battles, leading to a brutal 0-3 whitewash. Can the Kings forge the empire of their dreams this season? 117 not found. Rising from the ashes, this team hungers for redemption on the competitive stage. Witness the resurrection of 117 not found as they go all in for a shot at the trophy. With former Nova Esports gunners like Karma and Saturns, this team possesses the nerves of steel to thrive in the most intense moments. And their mettle was truly tested in a nail-biting upper bracket showdown against Animus. It all came down to the deciders search and destroy, and Team 117 unleashed their S&D prowess, reading their opponent's every move with surgical precision to seal the series at 3-2. The fresh blood on the roster displayed their dominance in chaotic gunfights and secured objective control in respawns with unwavering determination. And whenever Karma unleashed his signature spawn trap, the challenge became insurmountable for their rivals. Exclusive. Now we introduce Exclusive, the dark horse of this year's Stage 4. This team of CoDM EU veterans is ready to make a comeback. Featuring Veer, a double Stage 4 winner, will be leading the charge against Balance, an OBJ oriented with a Cinderella story, a vital part of the XOXO team that stunned the world with their Cinderella story run in Masters 2021. Then there's Creed, the aggressive slayer with multiple podium finishes, Neil, the talented sniper, and Champy, a young talent with a big appetite for competitive glory. With unmatched experience and raw talent, they are poised to dominate the competition. 31R. The longtime underdogs are ready to leave their mark on the competition. Their poster girl, Lydia Eggs, is a phenomenal player with all-round skills. With a talented sniper in Gore, known for their clutch plays, and Brickstuff, another skilled sniper, the team boasts exceptional marksmanship. Aether, the objective player, adds strategic depth to their gameplay. In a thrilling upper bracket qualifier match against Panic, an equally formidable team, 31R demonstrated their resilience and staged a resounding 3-1 comeback, showcasing how well equipped they are. Panic. But that was not the end for Panic. Although still relatively unproven, this bunch of boys are brimming with exceptional skill and untapped potential. However, they have not been the best at hiding their flaws, which resulted in a roller coaster of a day in their do-or-die match against Venturion. But with better anchoring, execution, and spawn control, the team emerged superior, all thanks to the fearsome individual talents. Yaya is the team's standout recruit from Nova and the Masters 2021 champion, who brings a valuable edge to the team. Joining Yaya is the formidable Owner, a player who proved his mettle as a solid performer in the previous year, known for his ability to tear through enemies with precision. Bizon has remained the most versatile performer across all modes. Capo, the team sniper, exhibits unrivaled precision in long-range engagements. Zydium, another underdog in the race. Despite their mediocre performance in past seasons, they have a ray of hope with the arrival of some fresh faces. These newcomers bring a sense of excitement and potential to the roster. However, their recent 0-3 loss against Exclusive exposed serious flaws in the team's playstyle. Zydium must revamp their game plan and take down the Giants with the element of surprise. Animus, the fierce French-speaking force led by the esteemed Narcs, a legend in the European Call of Duty mobile scene. They're a super team, driven to secure a Stage 5 spot. Anything less would be a crushing blow. With Narcs' versatility and 2 Stage 4 wins, they're a formidable unit. Shark, the aggressive Slayer with Stage 5 appearance, strikes fear in opponents. Joined by newcomers Boot and Rasmo, both Stage 5 veterans, and popular French player Guthilla, they're an unstoppable force. Although Drari, a seasoned player, may sub due to Belgium's restrictions, his impact is undeniable with 2 Stage 5 appearances. After a setback, Animus roared back, obliterating Viva Gracia 3-0 to secure their spot in the finals. Prepare for their explosive rise in the challenge. Icemont. Witness the rise of Mott, the formidable underdogs from the European region. Though considered newcomers, they proved their mettle against the mighty Kings, giving them a run for their money in S&D. Jace and Patronix were exceptional. While they identified a need for improvement in respawns, they rose to the occasion, delivering a resounding 3-0 victory over Mobility GG in the lower bracket quarterfinals. With a roster predominantly new to the COD mobile major scene, they showcase undeniable talent. Punching the last slot for the challenge season solidifies they are more than just a deserving contender. The 2 slots for the World Championship are up for grabs, and there's too many worthy contenders. Watch them go brawling in the challenge season of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 Europe.
Talk about an epic breakdown of all of our squads competing here this season in the challenge. Now that you know the teams a little bit better, let's talk about the schedule for today. Like you saw in the format, okay, it's going to be a round-robin format, which means all of our teams will be competing against each other multiple times throughout the season shift. But what do we have on the docket for today?
This opener is going to be a good one. I think we're really going to see what mettle that 117 is actually playing with. Actually, I gotta say it for both of these 2 squads who kind of surprised us when they qualified for their spot here initially. But now it's time to start throwing your weight around the ring, because the second matchup is really going to give us, I think, the bar for Europe overall when we get to see Kings perform for their first round-robin matchup. So these first 2 matches are particularly interesting, I think, to just kind of establish the overall strength of what we're going to get out of the region.
Yeah, and that's just today, everybody in chat. Don't forget, we still have a whole nother day of action tomorrow. We'll jumble up these matchups and keep things going, so it's going to be very, very excited. But you saw on the schedule, okay, how it's all going to be working. So let's talk about match number 1 on the day after we got to hear about all of our squads. 117 versus 31er. Mommy, what can we expect out of match number 1?
Well, like we mentioned already here in the intro, is that with 31er just gaining another person to possibly spearhead this 117 non-found team is definitely a team that is so hard to beat. They already proved that they're top 2 material, and especially bringing down Animus to the lower bracket. So 31er definitely have a really tough spot, because yes, they won up against that one other team that they brought down, which is Panic, which everyone expected to be in the upper bracket, but there's definitely something special in 31er that I'm excited to see up against 117.
Yeah, EU's definitely going to be keeping things interesting here today. We'll start talking about the individual players on those rosters. We'll start with 117. Bobby, talk to me about some of them.
Obviously, Karma is one of those super experienced players on 117 that has been around the COD mobile scene basically since its inception, and he's definitely a phenomenal player. But they've built a really solid roster around him as well, and I think there's a lot of young talent to keep an eye out for. Players like Lucky and Caesar, they have been absolutely slaying out, and all this team put together is really a reason why they are one of the best chances for somebody in Europe to take down Kings.
Going to be a great way to kick off the day. And then flip side of that, we've got the 31er roster shift. Let's talk about them as well.
Girl power. Hey, come on. Lydia and Brixton together. Hey, I think you just naturally have to be kind of a fan of that overall. But I think the overall question for me on this roster, this is one of the first times that we'll see Lydia as kind of the actual leader of a squad. She's been a part of a number of teams in the past where she's had some veterans kind of help her out a little bit, kind of get into the mold of what exactly competitive is going to look like. But now she's the most experienced player essentially on this squad, so she's got to take the reins as being kind of the leader for this team. I think that's going to be a very interesting test to see how she actually hangs up against a team on the other side that does have a lot of veterans on it.
All right, everybody in chat, we are moments away from getting into match number 1 on day number 1 of our challenge season. That means it's time for me to start sending the casters away off to the other portion of our amazing studio. But before we do that, we've got another video in store for you guys, another surprise. So let's check that out. Oh, we're doing picks and bands.
Picks and bands.
Vetoes. Oh,
Vetoes.
So, actually, you know what? I like this format, the fact that we're part of the conversation when it comes to the map vetoes. Because usually, like, with the casters, right, they do get to talk about the vetoes just a tiny bit. But Glitter, taking a look at what we've had so far, I mean, the hardpoint and search and destroy maps are very juicy, like what we saw in the video. There's a lot of juice there.
That word really caught your attention.
It did. I was laughing so hard.
Oh, man. All right. So anything jumping out at you guys that we want to talk about before I send you away? I tried to get rid of you a little bit too early.
That's fine, Glitter. We're going to see you for the whole month. Don't worry about it. Apocalypse map number 1. Bobby and I were actually just talking about this. We thought this might get the Hacienda treatment from last year, where it's a more recent map, maybe not as much experience for these teams kind of getting their hands wet with this particular map mode combination. But I will say, kind of with a lot of experience seeing it in Cold War, this is a very clinical map. You have to play this with good control and awareness around the map itself. You can't just run at each other and hope you're going to win gunfights, because the map is very flexible, and depending on how you're moving around the map, it's going to move spawns around convincingly, giving you a huge advantage when it comes to playing good clinical hardpoint.
All right. Well, now that we know what we're looking forward to for the first match, now I think I can send you away. Okay. Listen, you have to do a whole stylish walk to the other portion of the studio. People haven't even gotten to see that side of the studio yet.
Come with us, friends. We're going to make our way over.
All right. I didn't know we were going to do this on the official broadcast.
Oh, I told you we were going all the way in on this, brother. We're just going to meander our way on over, break the fourth wall, get ourselves ready to go. No, I'm glad we actually had a chance to kind of talk over Apocalypse a little bit, because we're getting it for map number 1. So this is, I think, going to be a really good test and a really good opportunity for us to see how good is the hardpoint as a mode going to be played here in this region.
Yeah, there's no question this is probably the most rotation-based map that we're going to see. So having those players winning crucial gunfights to anchor spawns is going to be a huge factor in whether or not teams are going to be able to even take situations where they might be getting outgunned. If you're more fundamentally sound in those situations, you might be able to make some noise.
And the thing is, too, this is a really interesting setup, I think, for this region in particular, because like we mentioned, the rosters come with a wide berth of experience. Some more veteran with stage 4, stage 5 experience, others that are kind of newer to the mix. So you're put in a map that is pretty clinically difficult to break down if you're not really looking to play, full fundamental COD. It could get nasty real quick. The snowball effect could be pretty massive. So I'm really looking, I think, the 3-1er to see if they can actually find a way to come out hot, set the tone, and not let this more experienced 117 squad take over from the get-go.
Yeah, and you look at the rest of the map pool as well, and the 2 S&D maps that we have are both new to the map pool this year.
Good point.
We got Tunisia coming in, and we also have Meltdown coming in. We've had Meltdown in past years, but it's been a while since those teams are practicing. So we're really going to see who's been putting the time in on these maps. But we are ready to go, and it is going to be 31er on strong side to get things started here. We'll see what type of map control they've got. Naturally, in EU, we got a lot of LMGs in play. Expect those to be holding those power positions.
It's match number 1, Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's get it on, and a really solid start here from 31. 31 are just controlling all the way underneath these back planks right in your helicopter. Again, you able to get this high ground control, and this hard point becomes very easy to manipulate for you. And so far, 31 are doing a really nice job of kind of clinically playing around the map. So question number 1, mostly answered for us, but 117 battling back, keeping the hard point neutral for now.
Yep, it's been fairly contested all the way through so far, with 31 not managing to get a whole lot of time, but main thing, like we talked about before, is maintaining that high ground control. It looks like one player going to push through. Lucky trying to clear out those spawns. Big gunfight in the top side, but Zed's not going to let it happen. 31 are maintaining in position to head into P2. Neither team seems that invested on getting the scrap time, which is not super surprising given how punishing these spawns are, but right now 117 have got to find a way to break through that top side.
And the question of which route they take is an important one to get an answer for early, because if you can get your way up towards top temple here on the right side, you will flip spawns while also making a play from behind the hard point. So for 31er, Zed has to lock things up. First 2 kills, good. Saturn's trying on the break attempt, but Zed there to assist, and how about it? Not bad overall for 31er. Spawns are still stable, at least for a time being, to get a couple of reinforcements in the hold. Still good for the first 10 seconds.
And right now, Zed is going in. I don't know that we actually saw him on the roster for Stage 3, but he's got 7 on the board already, slaying out hard, and Lucky having a really tough time getting going. Only 1 kill as we're about halfway through P2 right here. Gore going to find another crucial kill to at least allow them to remain contested right here. He's going to be able to push on forward. 117, 0 luck flipping those spawns.
And that's the big key towards this hard point. If you're not necessarily used to watching it competitively, you stay on that right side, you will break back into this hard point. It's so difficult to hold from the front. But all things told, 117, not terrible considering they never flipped the spawns around. They still got 26 total points from the first 2 hills. This is one of those maps that you could be down 90-0 real quick if you're not careful. So now it's about manipulating this next rotation back over towards this back alley. And so far, 117 doing a decent job, but number 4 does spawn behind this, so 31 are a chance to break.
This is going to be huge. Lydia an opportunity, but she gets shut down immediately. They are going to get the spawns, and spawns actually splitting right now, so it looks like Lydia's actually going to be spawning from the top side. Opportunity to pinch right here. Gore gets shut down with the Annihilator in hand. War Machine comes through. Brixta trying to go big, but shut down by Saturns, and 117 doing a phenomenal job of fending off this push.
Yeah, the specialists are earned pretty evenly across the board in the first 2. Really Smoke will embellish the bottom side of the helicopter entryway. Legacy watching the cross towards barrels. Not quite able to get too much, but the Purifier getting to work. Saturn's able to take down 2. That will give a chance for 117 to break onto the hard point. Still 23 seconds to fight.
And now it feels like we're starting to see a little bit more of what this 117 team is made of. Not much of an opportunity for them with how well 31er played, not only the spawn side, but that P2. But right now, they have done a phenomenal job of closing this gap. And for 31er, you need Lucky to get going.
Yeah.
Rest of the squad looking pretty solid, but he is lagging behind in a big way. On the flip side, 31er, you got Gore and Zed popping off, but it hasn't looked too consistent for the rest of the squad. Need to be a 5-man push on these entries into P4.
Yeah, smart rotation here from 31er, moving through old around the back. You do not want to allow 117 to have the proximal spawns, and yeah, they will block them as the new hardpoint opens up. Karma trying to hold things off, playing a statue in the back. Lots of damage, but no kills. Finally, he's able to tally up 1, but that's all he gets. So 31er, they will get the full spawn control. Now it's just down to working through these huts to make their way onto the point.
And they make their way in, but they've already found 117 a decent chunk here on P4. You see those 30 seconds, all that remain. And it looks like they're going to be able to apply pressure. One player trying to push on through, but immediately shut down is the push. And it looks like they're going to be able to maintain, but spawns do flip out right there. One player trying the anchor on the back side. That's going to be Gore. It looks like he's going to be able to spot him out, but they should be able to get the rest of this scrap time here.
Kind of a 6 of one, half a dozen of another situation. 117 pull off 3 specialists just trying to hold on to this hard point, and even though they do kind of keep it under control for a large majority of it, I don't think they got the time that they necessarily wanted. So we'll rotate once back more here towards mid. 98 plays 88, 117, a very marginal lead, but keep your eye on the minimap. This is all about trying to set yourself up on the right side of the map, and at the moment, 117 holding on nicely as they get into the hill.
And they get Karma set up into that high ground. He has been popping off all game, 20 kills already, and he's going to be in prime position to continue to farm, as now it's going to be 31er on the weak side trying to flip out those spawns. can see those 117 players still spawning in the backside. Legacy's going to be able to hop in, but Saturn's there for the break, and any amount of time that you can get while maintaining that high ground topside position is just an added bonus to what you're already going to find on P2.
Decent clearance though. 31er take control of Caesar's position, top TV. Saturn's forced to just still use this FFAR, see if he can spam through the smoke, but eventually he does get taken down. An opportunity here for 31 with numbers to start to make their play forward, but how about Saze? Oh my goodness, a little double around the outside of the hill. 10 seconds to fight for. He's going to give it one last heroic try, but all told, it's job well done as 117 will hold rotation to Temple.
And right now it is a big task ahead of 31er. You're going to need perfect utility usage and perfect operators. Right now, those War Machine shots not connecting at all. And for 31er, you've got a couple more ready to go, but it is going to be tough to find the breakthrough even with those. Very solid setup. Zed, an opportunity to make the break on through, and I don't think 117 realizes he's tucked away in that corner. Might be able to catch somebody off guard.
Spawns.
But the spawns don't flip, but the final kill goes through, and that should be enough. The topside spawns have been secured for 31er.
Karma almost is too good in his position forward. He's getting eliminations from the front. This is forcing 117 now to pull off their specialist to lock things down, and so far so good. The Purifier saved the day, but oh boy, 31er was in a real good spot to try to flip and hit from the backside, especially with Karma clearing things out too far forward, but good correction from 117. Great adaptation. The Purifier's still up for Saturns. Put him on a streak, and oh boy, now you've got score streaks starting to amount as rotation is underway.
Saturn's got a Pred to work with as well. That's going to give him information, and we'll be able to spot out at least one right there as the operators do start to come out for 117 as well. Karma trying to cut off those rotations. Very nice setup for them, and they've already been able to build on this lead in a big way. Brixton trying to sneak through the bottom side, but right now it is a whole lot of 117 in the feed, and right now Gore has got to stay alive. He's not going to be able to do that. Trying to make a push from this backside, it's not going to get you a whole lot of information.
Got a couple operators already here for 31er. Purifier in particular opens the door. Gore starting to make their way forward as Lydia watches the backside pitch. Claws also out, trying to get the breakthrough. Zed makes sure the kills come out, but wait a second, 117 spawning from behind. 31er don't necessarily have a full read on this, so yeah, they get the break, but now you're out of your operators, and you've got to lock this down from helicopter side.
The spawn split once again, and that leaves the 31er players spawning behind 117, but 117 still maintain control of the inside as they've won so many of those crucial gunfights. Say's doing that in a big way, and right now, nobody at the hard point for either team. Lucky's going to be the first one to make his way there. 31er not too concerned with getting the hard point time, trying to make sure they maintain those spawns. It looks like they're going to be able to do that for now, and it's going to be Karma on the top side looking to break on in early on.
Keep our eye on Lucky here. He's the only one who has an operator at the ready for this break attempt. And well, he doesn't even need it. 117 just on rotation, winning out the kill feed convincingly. Gore, the last one standing, just trying to hold this position. Backside hut not going to work out. Legacy gives it a try, but he's by himself in a 1v everybody situation. Saturns will contest through rubble. Caesar working with them, but Legacy is still alive. It allows Lydiax and the rest of 31er to break from the front. Oh, heroics here for 31er. Keeps the life alive.
And those are huge kills, but how long is it gonna last? Spawning from that weak side, there's only so much you can do, and you got to win a lot of gunfights to make it happen right here. Lucky is going to be able to push in from the back. It looks like he's going to be able to find one. Not sure if he'll find the next one to break on through. 31er still in control, and it will be 117 spawning the top side.
This is fine for 31er. You have to win these exit 1v1s though with a 150 to 208 tally. You cannot be behind the 8-ball. Try to make this rotation over to the right side of the map, and actually this would be the time. You need to start moving your way across the map. Legacy will drop. That will leave an opportunity here for now all of a sudden 31er to make this push through, and they're doing it with numbers, but Saturn's is in their way, so is Karma, and the ARs just get to work mowing them down. Good neutralization on the push. Even though we have a 40-point game, there's still major advantages for 117.
31er have got to get maximum time here on P1. Odds of you flipping these spawns out, especially with how strong 117 have looked on the gunfights, not very good. You have got to find a way to break on in. Brix is the one leading the way, but gets shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Says, and just like that, it's 117 continuing to move upward. Not only do they have the hard point, but they've got the spawn control as well. Things looking bleak right now for 31.
Winning condition can come in a multitude of ways here for 117, but Saturns may have just taken it in his own mantle. Once again, this is what, his fourth, I think, Purifier this game. He's at 31 kills. The claws out, maybe just to put the final nail in the coffin. And yep, Saturns is still getting everybody nice and moist over here at the jump through coop. Now back to the FFAR. That should surely do it. Heck of an effort from 31er, but just overall map control goes the way of 117 more often than not. Pretty convincing win for them when all things are told.
Yeah, no question about it. We knew that 31 was capable of making some noise in this, but 117, especially when it comes to the respawns, have just looked absolutely phenomenal, and a big reason why they were able to pop off there is they were so fundamentally sound on every single hard point.
And I think the thing that really we need to point your attention to at home is how many times did we see Saturns and Karma locking down as the last man standing when rotations were needed. Topside Temple playing both over the top of the heady on the jump wall. Same thing, locking down that back spawn over towards that pond to the backside. That's clinical. That's what you need to see, because this map is all about anchoring. Like you mentioned, if you're going to win rotations and you're already set up for the next spawns, you cannot let them go. So I think we really saw the influence of that by Saturns and Karma in particular, and those are the two players that we're looking at when it comes down to veterans versus quote-unquote lesser experienced, newer players to the scene. Yeah, they showed their dominance here.
And you got to think about the fact that 31er were starting on the strong side. Like, probably at least half the points that they had overall in that came as a result of them spawning on that strong side. That allowed them to get P1 time, allowed them to get P2 time. After that, it was 117 all the way.
And that's the thing, is that second hard point that we went to, the first P2 at Temple Ruins, 117 was still able to neutralize and earn about 15 to 20 seconds of their own from the front. That's not common. And if you do see that, it's not good, I think is the other way of putting it. So those little moments are also, I think, going to be really crucial towards seeing who exactly has the best fundamental hold on a map like Apocalypse that's newer right from the get-go. So huge start from 117, but like you said, 31er was throwing their weight around the rink, and the Search and Destroy is where we should start to expect them to be maybe more advantageous comparatively to the hard point, where we know 117 is going to be great.
And thinking back to stage 3, 31er did start out slow. They didn't look phenomenal up against Panic on the first two maps. Obviously, that's not great for them because we're heading into map 2, but they bounced back in a big way once they got warmed up. So that could potentially be an issue for them, but there's no question, there's a lot of talent on this roster. There's a lot of experience. Lydia and Brixta, the only females to make it to stage 4 on multiple occasions. I'm expecting both of them to step up in a big way.
They're going to have to. Again, we talked about it kind of when we were on the couches over there. Lydia kind of feels like she's the one who's going to be leading this team, where in the past she's been a part of teams that had similar experience as her. Now all of a sudden she finds herself kind of as El Capitan, or whatever the female version of Capitana, La Capitana would be.
Capitan, yeah.
You like that?
I think that was right.
I'm not fluent in Spanish. I'm just making stuff up as we go.
I almost failed it in high school, so.
Fair enough. But now that we have a chance to kind of talk about not just how the teams may play Search kind of independently, you already mentioned the map pool, Tunisia, Meltdown. Both are old school maps, and if you're a long-term fan of Call of Duty, you're going to remember them, if not know them in and out. But we've also seen that when that's happened in the past with COD Mobile, those different monikers of success haven't necessarily always been there. So kind of take me through where your headspace is on both these two maps if we get to 5.
I mean, I think when you look at Tunisia, this is one that almost always gets banned in competitive. So I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing it on map number 2, the first Search and Destroy map of the day. I think it's going to be a very good litmus test for what we can expect out of 31 for the rest of this. I think for 117, you can very heavily depend on your respawns to carry you through in stage 4, but for 31, you have got to have a go-to mode. Hopefully it's going to be the Search and Destroy, and they are going to be starting on the offensive side right here, which I would tend to say is a little bit of the more difficult side with the way COD Mobile SD works, given the fact that you're going to have your entire first half of the game on one side, maybe not the best side for them.
Opening Setonates, though, do land for an early first blood. Saturn's getting to work, trying to spam down the same crossfire, but doesn't quite connect. Smoke embellishes the cross. Bomb's starting to make its play over towards A. This does feel like a pretty heavy commitment. It just really comes down to, does Lydia have an opportunity to sniff things out over towards B? And it looks like the answer will be no. She will join her team back over towards mid, as Lucky will watch this both top and bottom-sided cross. Difficult position to connect from, and patience here kind of echoes across 31er's approach.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just because the setup has been so strong, but right now 117 doing a good job of making sure none of those main entryways are available. Karma's going to shut down Brixta on rotation right here, and just like that, 2 players down for 31. Caesar is out of the equation for 117. But right now, it is a very split offensive push and no type of real advantage in any direction.
And I'm a bit surprised that after the opening Setonate lands, that 31er doesn't try to just hit the go call real quick. take over the A site, don't allow that defense to get into place, but now they're going to re-wrap back over towards this B site. Lydia's going to have to re-clear the angles that she had previously earned. But there is a chance for them to still get on. Karma the one to check, opening shots, good onto Legacy, but not good enough. Defense is not moving from this. They're not fully persuaded that this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah, this is a very delayed reaction right here, and it seems like they're just waiting for the bomb plant. They don't have any reason to believe that there would be anything but that, but they start to move. Unfortunately for them, Karma gets shut down, and they're suddenly in a bad spot as they've got no type of information. We're now down into the 3v3.
And they've lost mid-stairs because of that 1v1 right there. So now this retake becomes infinitely more difficult. Lydia X trying to make her way back over. Saturn's trying to clear, but no, another 1v1 goes the way of 31er on this post plant. Say's trying to re-clear. Snipe out to cover, but this is taking a lot of time. And look at the discipline from 31er. They back up. They know they have the clock as their biggest ally. Shot goes wide. Lydia finds the kill and gets away. No chance for Says, and the late wrap from 31er just goes a bit uncontested.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, like, obviously it was very evident that they wanted to allow that plant over on the B side, but I don't know why the late reaction, especially when you get that information. Time was really the reason they weren't able to clutch it up right there, and had they made the move earlier, could have been a different result.
And I think on top of that, if Karma's not going to get any support for early contest, you can't forfeit your life into a 1v4. Opening snipes from Lucky, trying to use his namesake to connect for first blood. Not going to work out. In fact, it's Gore on the other side once again. They find an opening first blood. This time it's going to be a heavy commitment forward. Legacy, tries to force the issue, but Lucky shuts him down for a moment. There is an immediate trade, but this stops the bomb from being planted.
And Saturn's might be able to sneak through, but he hits big shots onto Legacy. Not enough to get the kill, but to get the information. He's going to chow anyway. Oh my gosh, that's a ballsy one, but he gets the kill onto Caesar. That's going to be huge, and as the bomb goes down, it's all down to Says. A 1v4 trying to push in from the low ground seems to be an inevitable demise for him. He gets spotted out, and he is going to take the... Oh, no. I thought he was going to take himself out.
I thought he was too.
He's still trying to find a way.
Man, but these are 2 rounds defensively that have been real sloppy from 117, considering the electricity that we saw from them to qualify in the first place. This is a bit uncharacteristic from what our expectations were initially looking like. But for 31er, great post-plant setups. That time, it's just a little bit more of a tempo change. You get forward, you take away the defensive positions by their spawn, and from there on out, you just play bait and switches to a T. Well done by 31er.
Yeah, Legacy has had a massive impact. 6 kills so far, and this time a little bit more of an aggressive push over toward the A side. 1 player in mid checking for info. Nothing spotted out so far. No first bloods for either team. Right now, just hoping one of those smoke shots is going to connect, but not meant to be for right now. And looks like we're going to be moving into the waiting game once again.
And this is an interesting setup here. You go back to round number 1. 31er got picked through mid by way of the scope. That's not in play initially, as Lucky is still positioned inside that B side, or at least just behind it. Gore looking to sniff something out, not able to quite get the better of Saturns, who does take down first blood. Trade trying to come through, it does, but Caesar provides the response needed for 117 to hold on to the site defensively.
And that is a terrible spot for the bomb to be down. Right now, you got 2 players left for 31er who just have to find some miracle picks, because you've set things up perfectly for 117 to stare at the bomb and wait for you to make a mistake. Right now, Lydia clearing out all the back angles. Honestly, I'm not sure you got time to do this with the amount of players you've got to deal with, especially if you're going to play this slowly. We'll see if they find a hole in the defense and can make something happen here.
And 117 is ready for this. They've got Lucky nearby, but wait a second. Quick snuff from the gods! How does he hit that? Brixta provides the tray, but it feels like damage done. Brixta getting hit from multiple angles, tries to back up into top mid, has a bit of an opportunity to make a play through awning, but no, Karma's there to meet her. But what a shot from Lucky. I mean, come on.
He had no business winning that one, but these CoD Mobile players are better than some people give them credit for. Beauty of a shot. 31er still maintains the lead right here. 117 do find their first round, and it looks like back to what's worked for them. 31er full sending on over to B.
Can't be surprised by it, but Lucky does get first blood, sees the foot of another, and well, the quick scope was easy for him. Those hard scoped angles, essentially a walk in the park. Legacy does provide 1 trade, but Lucky connects again. That's his 6th. Brixta finally puts down the threat. We go 2v3, but the bomb is down and the defense is here.
Right now, Karma's got an opportunity to catch that push through the top side. It's going to be Saturn's reinforcing Legacy on the low ground. You hear the bomb get picked up, so that should allow that one player from mid-entryway to know that he needs to make the push. Brixta going to get shut down right here and all down to Legacy. He's on the top side, wins the first one.
Bangle.
It's info onto Saturn's, but he's going to go ahead and run away. Caesar from the low ground does find the kill to even things up.
Yep, the one player he did not get a look at during that play towards Plat. Okay, so good response here for 117 after dropping 2 first bloods in the opening 2 rounds quickly. They have stayed very successfully alive the majority of the last 2 rounds. And now the onus is back towards 31er, where Legacy has been doing a lot of the legwork. Back over towards at least a look at A. The problem here has been Saturn's underneath this balcony. He has just spammed players down consistently. There's set nades here to try to flush him out. Caesar here to help as Brixta tries to take the topside angle, leaves Saturn's a bit isolated, but at the moment, 117 still feeling pretty comfortable to deal with this.
Right now, Say's keeping things locked down in mid. Saturn's just going to keep on spraying through, and they only have one way to make it through. It's going to be through Winery, and that is exactly what 117 wants. Get a player out, overexposed, take him down, and get the man advantage. But Brixta staying in the top side. Right now, there's not a ton of sniper presence for 117. You do have Lucky, but he's not in a position to take out that sniper. And once again, in a waiting game as he's waiting over on B.
The trophy goes down. This would be a chance to start flooding this site with nades. Maybe make some chaos happen. To say is just make sure no one's floating around through mid. Gore watching the cross initially. This is a double sniper setup here for 31. Are looking for first blood by way of the scopes. And now here comes the hit. Lydia, Legacy both playing close. Brixta looking to pop up towards top arches. Not going to happen. Caesar wasn't born yesterday. Very prepared for that, but they do take care of Saturn. This is a key position to hold, and how about it? 31er do get the breakdown. It's just down to one more player on the site. That was Caesar, who only got a single kill. And the long-range shots even landing for Legacy. Leads it now just down to 1. It's Karma for a 1v3. Does stop the bomb from being planted, and he gets a second? Surely not. 1v1 now with Gore. Just the scope remaining 15 seconds.
Legacy, what are we looking at right there? You have got to have his back. No trades to be found, and now into the 1v1. We got both POVs right here, as it looks like we're going to opt to just sit under the awning and hope that he makes a misplay. Audio cues galore. Karma's going to give away information, but the drop shot connects. Punches at the body as he clutches up the 1v3, and Karma finds a huge round for 117.
That's a momentum shifter right there. Just one of those things. Shout outs to Maven. Just can't happen. Can't let it happen. Oh, man. I mean, for what it's worth, the first 2 kills, very impressive. Doesn't miss a shot to transfer clean. In the final 1v1, Gorgeous did not have the weaponry to go 1v1 with Karma. Not with his experience, not with his prowess, especially in the search. So now Karma's up to 6 kills, and we start to ask the question, who besides Legacy is going to step up to get 31er back into this game? And how about Lydia? Maybe she's the option.
Wow, it is aggressive all day for 31er right here. They catch him off guard, but Caesar's up in Winery. He's going to be able to find one, picks up a sniper, but can't connect on the breaks. The follow-up does go, and just like that, 31er players dropping like flies.
It's just all that chaos. Well handled by 117. Lydia going to give it a good old college try, but no, just too many players looking at her. And I will say, I like the idea for the tempo change. I like the fact that they're trying to flush out Winery and get Saturn's out of position bottom arches, but the difference maker there was that Caesar was trying to get aggressive defensively and no one had an eye on it.
That's the tough thing about trying to make an aggressive push over to A. There are so many different spots where these players can be hiding. Even if you find the first 1, first 2, there's more than likely 2 more ready and waiting. And now that the aggressive mid push here for 117 is they take some solid mid-map control, and Saturn's going to be forced to back up, but the reinforcements are there. They find the first blood. Trades do go through, and that's huge for 31.
Yeah, that's a really good read from 31er. Lots of utility thrown through mid-alley. And 31er just back up, play their crossfires. You have a 50-50 choke point as you get deep towards mid-ramps. Find a way to at least go 1 for 1, and boy, did 31er ever provide it. We still have a 3v3, though. Bomb still in hand here for 117 on the offensive side. Lucky and Saturn's both have the option for scopes, which could be an opportunity to still use this mid connection as a way to flush out A. And yeah, Saturn's is going to make his play forward with the FFAR in hand.
And that smoke audio might have let him get through without any information. Unfortunately for him, Brixa is watching from that top side. Any type of mid push through, and he is dead. Trying to clear out as much as he can, but Lydia on the high ground the opposite direction as well, and he's going to get spotted out, forced all the way back. He's got teammates there. Gore watching from the top side, but Brixa takes down Saturn's. And Caesar trying to stay alive right here, but this is a tough spot to be. No exit plan.
Does have some utility to play with, but yeah, Gore is watching this very avidly. Can he break the camera? Can Caesar just go quick? Nade getting cooked. Caesar goes. Oh, the timing. Unbelievably bad. And now Zed's in a little bit of trouble here. Just playing for footsteps, audio cue. Caesar's going to try to make a play for the plant. Lucky drops. Caesar falls in the exact same moment. Zed getting both. Just a quick check turns into the double kill.
That's a cheeky spot to play. And honestly, a really good one as well, because there's not a whole lot of players that are going to check behind that one individual box. Bomb site looks wide open, gets all the information he needs on the bomb plant. And 117 back to the drawing boards. They now sit up only one round, this time heading on over to the ace side. See how aggressive they want to get. Don't peek me. He shuts down one, make it two. We've seen him clutch a lot of plays for EU, but can't find that last one. 117 make their way on through, but Legacy fires back to take him down. Even with all that happening, into the 2v2.
I'm gonna be collected, but that was the definition of square peg, meet round hole. 117 tested, but still forced to play. And now the defense is caught, a bit isolated. Brixa does not want to challenge by herself. Lydia on the other side. Lots of damage, can't quite get the kill over towards Scaffold. Snipe out, Brixa connects. Now just down to one. They should absolutely know where Saze is at. Just comes down to challenging this together. And actually a little bit of second guessing going on right here. Brixa's looking over towards Arches. Now they'll get the information. Saze, good prediction. Steps away, off the reload. 1v1 with Brixa. Oh, not gonna work out, but oh, it was close. Whoo-wee. Back to a 4-4 tally we go.
That was way closer than it even. Like you said, you should know that the only place he can be is under on. Like even if he's not under the awning and he snuck behind to the back passageway, you know the area that he's going to be. They do find a way to come out on top, but it was not pretty. Legacy leading the way for 31er here. Saturn's really struggling to get going. Obviously, he's played more of a role than just getting kills. A lot of information in the position he was playing, but has not had any type of momentum here on the defensive side. But the aggressive push into A converts once again as Saze able to take down Gore right there. Not going to be able to find the kill onto Legacy, but the control on A has been found.
I mean, at what point do you start to wonder for 117, what are you waiting for? Yeah, get this bomb planted. You got the early entry. You dealt with the defenders on site. Don't allow 31er to pick you off from the outside of the site, and eventually they do plant, they hold the numbers. 4v3 situation. Long route from Lydia, should be checked here by Saturns. Lucky from the opposite side, does connect on the Legacy, so now this post-plant retake is all about surprising Saturns, who's playing a surprising spot. So now it's down to Zed. He's already clutched a 1v2, but the 1v4 would be a little bit more hard-pressed to come through, and so it will. 5-4 we go, 117 back in the lead.
Very, very fundamentally sound for 117, especially once they got the push into the A site. 31er didn't really have any angles, and especially that nice little setup from below the window secured the final kill that made the rest of that round really, really easy. Right now, 31er getting pushed up into the mid-map a little bit and might be able to catch Caesar off guard, but Lydia gets shut down right there, and that's going to allow the 117 players to full send on over here to B. Brixa the only player here to contest, and she has got to find a snipe right here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a dire position on the retake.
Legacy's already made an aggressive play through A, so he's already on this quick flank. You've got Zed watching his cross, so there is no exit here from 117. How about the collapse? Just down to Karma. He's gotten the first two. Slides out looking for more. Flash comes out. Here's the double chow, and it will work out. Oh, that is just the ultimate definition of blind counter. Legacy hits a quick route out of A, not seeing any utility come through. He takes off the flank quickly, and 31er, a very swift retake, staying alive for just barely long enough on site.
Well, this one's looking like it's got the makings of an overtime. 31 are doing a great job of bringing things back in. We saw a little bit of a deficit form, especially on the offensive side, but as expected, defense has looked a little bit easier between these two teams. 117 going back to Old Faithful. Actually, not Old Faithful. They have a very split push right here. A little more pressure toward the B side, but Break still reads it like a book. Lydia on the flip side finds Caesar as well, and Lucky hoping somebody over peaks, but they are falling like flies.
That is just absolutely chef's kiss for 31er. You get individual isolated picks on both bomb sites simultaneously. The offense never has a chance to get the play off the book. Doesn't matter how well it's written up. Doesn't work out in any form, and now all of a sudden, map point for 31er. And that's one that's going to sit with you for a moment. If you're 117, you're trying to split push, get cute with things like fakes, and 31er just not interested, gets the first 2 kills quickly. Got to reset here if you're 117, and I would imagine this is going to be one of those dedicated calls eventually towards A, where they found a lot of their success so far on the offensive side.
And I'm a little bit surprised that it wasn't.
Okay,
that is exactly what I was expecting, but very split on the offense once again. And players trying to find some information, but Karma reads the flank. That is a huge kill onto Legacy and could potentially be a game-saving one depending on how these mid-map gunfights play out. I don't think Gore has any idea that Saze is there on the top side and Karma's not going to be spotted. Right now, he has got to find a snipe and does see that hand peek around the corner, sees 2 wrap back that way. We'll see if they send anybody additional to defend over on B.
Well, nades are coming out. That's actually going to flush Zed out of position. So now Lydia's kind of by herself here. Bomb looks like it wants to start to make a play. Gore, another great position, but he puts down the scope at the exact wrong moment. But they still may have gotten a read here. 31er defensively, making the hard commit over towards A, but with the space that Saze has, plus the kill from Karma mid-map, it's going to be a flip over towards B. Plenty of time to make this happen, and now the defense is completely lost. Look how deep Saze has gotten on the offensive side.
Just zero presence right here, and Saze might be able to get pushed all the way out. Yeah, that's a nasty corner to be in. More than likely, if you check that corner, you're probably going to die from the opposite position if you are a 31er player, especially with the bomb not down yet. Breaks to more than likely not going to check it. She is not. And now with the bomb down, a 2v4 and no map control, no information. 31er not looking good here for chances of shutting down before overtime.
Saze is going to kind of hold the first line of defense on this retake. Jump shot's not quite landing though. Zed, Lydia finding some ground to work with, but Saturn's there to follow up, and yeah, Zed, nowhere to go. How about a little bit of overtime, as now we have to try to get to 8.
Whew. I don't think we saw overtime at all in stage 3, so the fact that we are already getting it here is an absolute treat. Once again, it's 117. Back to the defensive side. We're going to be flipping nonstop until we find a winner. So 117 probably going to stick to what they've known. And right now, one player getting pushed all the way up into the mid-map as well. That's going to be tough for an aggressive offensive push here for 31er. They don't make the read, and just like that, down a man.
It's the exact same defense that 117 put together on their last defensive round. Caesar gets up forward. Say's doing the same thing through mid, and this is just the definition of suffocation, as 31er are completely trapped. I mean, it looks like they've barely even gotten out of spawn. You've got one player isolated as well. Big pick by Gore to open up some space through the wine side of the map, but problem is no one has any idea that Saze is this far defensively forward.
Yep, and he can really take his pick where he wants to go. Going to be in position as he gets the audio cues, footsteps, gunfight on that top side, and it looks like he's going to get shut down right there, and that's going to give some hope right here for 31er on the offensive side. Nobody here pushed into A, and it looks like they're going to opt to make the wrap back toward B. Karma, the only player there for any type of defense.
This is going to feel very familiar, like round number 1 was for him. He is the only defender, but this time Lucky is going to rotate early. Can Karma get one and get away? Looks like yes, he sure will. Now this all of a sudden puts extra stress on the 31er and having to clear out these really tight angles with not a lot of members to do it. Zed waiting for a secondary challenge, but Karma's learned his lesson from the first round. He will not overpeak this. Play the numbers if you're 117. 27 seconds left. Zed takes an aggressive angle, works out for the Eagle Child to Lucky, who's on his way back over towards A. And now we have a 2v2 situation with smoke to cover this archway, allowing Zed to likely plant.
The question is, does Karma try to overpeak right here? He sends the nade on through, no trophy, but not going to be able to find the kill. You got to get the bomb down. The bomb's going to drop, and it's all down to Gore. Nobody's going to have a reason to peek you, and it looks like 117 have found a way out of this round. The quickscope connects, but no time right there as 117 do what looks so bleak, a 2v4 to clutch up.
And that's just, I can understand the idea. You smoke, you toggle the bomb queue, see if you can force Karma to peek. You know he wants the challenges, but that is the definition of him learning his lesson from round number 1. Gets the free kill, backs away, keeps his life. He's now up to 14-9 after being a product of First Blood a number of times in the first defensive half. Can 117 go back-to-back those? Now they're on the offense. Again, aggressive setup from 31er, and it will work out. Lydia, First Blood deep through B.
You've got to check that corner. Pays in a big way. And the defense, what we've considered the strong side so far, that's the one thing that 31er had coming into this. They're like, well, you can go back to the defensive side even though you don't clutch up there in the offense. But losing that first player is going to be deadly. Fortunately, for 117, they still keep the rest of the players alive. And right now, Say's just trying to catch somebody on a flank here, but nobody pushing up that far.
No need to. You're in 5v4. You've also got Legacy in a really nice spot to watch this cross from mid towards A. Saturn's getting a lot of room to work with here up top through Winery. He's done what he can to try to clear out some of the opening angles, but Legacy, he gets maybe baited out by that smoke. He tries to reposition through mid, and what should have been a very solid and easy 5v4 all of a sudden goes 4v4. And 31 are under a little bit of stress as the hit's underway, but Gore watching the cross. First shot good, second just a bit awry. Saturn's looking for the challenge. There's the slide through. Caesar picks up on not just the first, but the second. Brixta by herself wants to go quick here, trying to catch Caesar off guard, but no! Caesar's gonna get 3, and the bomb will be planted. No chance for Brixta to get back, and an 8-6 tally comes through for 117 taking the map.
That felt like a must-win game. It felt like a very winnable game for 31.
Absolutely.
They do not find a way to convert. I mean, you find so much of an advantage in your offensive round, and you throw it away. You have the defensive advantage, throw that away as well. And 117 just a little too icy.
Small things, man. Small things. But this is the beauty about this format. Those things are going to get fixed in the future. I can guarantee that now that we've got a lot of play time still to come. But I think the interesting thing about this was the initial tempo. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was a little caught by surprise. We saw so much patience from both sides early. It's kind of like two prize fighters just kind of throwing little jabs out there. What do you want to do? No, what do you want to do? And then eventually we started to see some aggression come through. And when that tempo switch happened, you could see 117 was really coming out on top of a handful of very key rounds because of it.
Yeah, and they wanted to control the pace of the game, which they 100% did. On both sides, they were content to play passive. They knew what their defensive strategies were going to be. They made it happen on the defense, and when they found a way through on that A side, they were in complete control. Yep. Solid adjustments out of 31 in a lot of those situations, but overall, just a little bit too much consistency out of 117 and a couple big plays out of a few different players.
And I think the thing about it, too, was the early read from 117, seeing that both Gore and Brixta wanted to snipe in a number of defensive rounds. So, hey, if you're going to pull two snipers out, we'll take a 5v3 on the site, essentially. Sure, Gore was able to shut it down once single-handedly, but that's not going to happen every single time. And that, I think, was another one of those key byproducts of that veterancy coming to show itself very, very convincingly. And a couple of, like we mentioned, very key rounds. So 8-6, like you mentioned, overtime. First time we've seen it in a minute, but down the scoreboard, pretty even dispersal. Saturn's didn't really have to do much. Like you mentioned, he was kind of playing an intel position on defense, and then he was kind of the bull leading the charge a number of times offensively. So he may have had to sacrifice his life a couple of times, but big pickup from the rest of the team around him.
Yeah, they looked super, super solid, and obviously you got to give credit to 31er. They looked good. Maybe I don't even know what exactly to point to. I think a lot of it was just the adjustments that 117 made overall.
I think so too.
But I think 31 are a couple misplays. I think especially on that first round of overtime, it's what lost all the momentum for them.
Got to play your numbers. Early 5v4 First Bloods. That's what they were so good with the first two rounds. First Bloods were coming through like wildfire. I don't know. Apparently, the firefighters are out. Squashed it pretty quickly. So now a 2-0 count. That's the interesting thing about this. It's been competitive, to say the least. Both maps obviously being very tight at different moments in time. But now we head over to Control. And this is the one mode that I would say when we were at Stage 5 last year, that's where we saw the cream of the crop really rise, was being able to understand every single moment what the decisions needed to be, when to pull out things like operators or score streaks. And we've got Raid as our map here for map number 3. See how it goes. Must-win situation, obviously, for 31er just to get this series extended. But 117 looking to start off their round-robin stage with a clean 3 out. Let's get it at it.
It looks like the best chance for that to happen is them starting on defense. That's what they're going to have here. This is really going to show what 31er has, and they are going to get heavily shut down off that initial push. 4 players already down and only 1 trade through. Caesar not going to get taken down. Big shots out of Zed as they do get pushed up onto B right here. Some respawn snipes coming through as well as Says now gets pushed on into the point. He's going to be able to take down any progress. But right now, strong life lead off the start for 117.
31 are not out of the running yet, though. They're starting to get some control backside streets. A little bit of focus through mid with that route by Bricks that kind of forced the defense to move around just a touch. And now they're on for a stack. First tick of progress locked. Clock will stall at 105. Saturn's trying to hold his life, but no, both him and Says will drop. And sure, Lucky's hitting some impressive snipes, but that may not be enough to hold on to the defensive zone, and that seems to have been the case for now. 2 ticks of progress locked. Third on the way, but off the respawn, 31er say job done. Let's look over towards A.
And there was 0 mid-map control on that initial push, so even with the players getting pushed up in, they had no idea somebody was coming through pillars. They get shut down right there, and now forced to scramble on over toward A. They get players on, but a couple kills do come through for 117. Brixta on the objective, and just trying to play her life, has to trust her teammates to win those gunfights on the outskirts.
Nice.
Karma looking to clear things out. They do exactly that.
Yeah, very well done here by Caesar and Karma, just kind of flooding around through poolside. A moment where 31er did get control of mid and money window, but it was shut down almost instantaneously. So only a single tick of progress gets locked over towards A. 17 now plays 10 as 31er take their attention back over to B. They will get the extra time with a quick capture of the 3rd tick, but the problem here is how do you capture 2 ticks at A with only 10 lives?
And now 117 knows exactly where they're going to be coming from as well, looking for that flip from the top side. Saturn seems to think that they're somewhere that they're not. Nearly wins the gunfight anyway, but Brixta shuts him down, and they're going to look to take that top side map control right here and see if they can take off a few lives for 117. Lucky on the bottom side, sniper in hand, should be able to catch anybody making their way through top laundry. And right now, 31er have got to win some of those topside gunfights to have a chance at this one.
And they need to be playing with numbers here. Good bait and switches, good double chows. You have to be efficient on this breakthrough. And you can see 31 are very aware that they need to win gunfights and win them cleanly. But Lucky locks things down through the back, has support with Saturn's right next door to him. Say's also getting control of red, and oh boy, he could blow up this entire offensive play very quickly. Caesar a bit of a read over through mid. Nice shots from Zed, but Karma picks up on both. And now 15 plays 6, 33 seconds on the clock. Time to go if you're 31er.
And that window is going to be so tough to clear. Right now, Karma, Holger in hand. He's tearing it up from both positions, and now it's a big mid push. You only get one if you're 31er. They find that opening kill, but you have got to get a full wipe and a big stack on the point. 2 players going to drop, and that should be the end of the round right here as 117 play that as clinically as possible.
Karma gets 11 on the defensive round, and maybe 10 of them came from this position. So now he's ready to go for the Annihilator next round. The good news here for 31er, even though they do drop out, only finding the B zone, is they did earn some operators of their own. That's often kind of the problematic spot on a very defensively sided control map where the defense comes into their first offense with a number of operators that are unmatched. Not the case here. So an opportunity hopefully for 31er to just be able to hold on and not get snowballed here early.
Unfortunately, the last 2 seconds, every single one of the other operators charged up for 117. So they've got a chance to push up and make use of those here, but they very well might not even need it. They do find a couple of those opening kills, but Gore fires back. That HVK, not something we've seen a lot in the past, but he is beaming right now, and he's doing it without any need for the operators for this 31er squad.
And that's super, super crucial for 31er. You have an early life lead. You've stopped the entire opening push here for 117 on towards B. Still working for at least a stop of the clock, though. Karma will get the Annihilator out. This is a bold call. The Annihilator obviously could get the job done in multitudes of ranges, but he's going to have to kind of be proactive with this. And as he does, he gets shut down. So he only gets a single kill. Gore responds with Annihilator of his own, and that re-clears the B zone for the most part. Just the one member still on. And that may actually be enough to still get the 2nd tick of progress. This is maybe way too slow for 31er.
Now you see Gore getting pushed up with his Annihilator, is going to find the opener. Brixta clears through mid as well. And 31er looks like are going to be able to get the B zone capture, or 117 gets the B zone capture, but you maintain the life lead. Lucky firing back as well. And right now 31er trying to get players pushed back. Don't want to give up top laundry control, especially with that new spawn top side. And Says has an opportunity to poke a hole in this defense.
And the mid control from 117 is massive. Nades even landing, furthering the problem. Brixta has to step up, and oh, does she ever. Huge double for Brix. Still more around the corner. Lucky waiting for the challenge. Brixta looking for an exit, and Wall finds her third, steps away. Doesn't quite see the fourth, but that is an impressive hold through kitchen for Brixta.
Caesar now trying to get the push through. He's got reinforcements. Karma gets shut down right there, but he wins too. And now looking to set up the spawn trap. I don't know that he saw Gore on the initial spawn in. 31er have got to find a way to break out of this. Otherwise, 117 have a chance to turn this into a TDM.
Who's going to pull the trigger first on some of these operators? It's getting tight. 7 plays 14. Double the lives at the moment for the defense, but the pressure is starting to mount. 117 on the zone. Stop the clock at 103. Legacy, top side jump wall. Already in position to stop the defense from getting this top window side. Karma still holding onto his life. This smoke will dissolve shortly. Saves up close and personal. 117 still holding on. The lives now 7 to 8. Oh my goodness! It's all blue in the kill feed. 117, we're gonna get the second tick of progress. There's a war machine out for Brixta, but she gets shut down instantly. You gotta find a way to get back here for 31er. Caesar through kitchen, trying to predict the gunfight. Shut down, but it may not matter. Third tick of progress locked as Lydia can't quite touch. And 2-0 goes the score to 117 for now.
Oh, disaster strikes once again. They had the life lead. You had so much control over toward that pool side, and they couldn't make anything out of it. Legacy.
I have no idea, dude.
I've never seen that happen before.
I was looking deadpan at you. I was like, Bobby, what just happened?
All right. Well, free kill for somebody.
All right. Opening exchange stays pretty level. 331ers still exist on the B zone, though, as 117 are all focused on mid, and they have cleared it. They are through to bedroom. They are through into art. And the only member on the zone right now is Legacy, looking for help, which, to be fair, 31er has done a nice job kind of staving off this flank. Second tick locked. A lot of time on the clock still, too.
Gore just doesn't check the corner right there. Ends up paying for it. Lydia wins a big gunfight, but Saturn's in the backside. Going to be able to shut down. Is going to be close right here, but it looks like they're going to lock in at least that first objective. Brixta not able to win the gunfight, but the objective does go through. And I'm not sure why they're so heavily pushed all into driveway right now. They get absolutely picked apart. That's a free three-piece for Lucky, and just like that, you find yourself down in lives again.
The problem here is you've got a huge setup from Karma towards top bedroom. And even though the quick capture comes through, I mean, you still have 1:50 on the clock. It took so many lives to get out of this spawn trap. They're still not fully out of it yet, by the way. As Hunter Killer drones start to make their way forward. War Machine also out for Says. So this is feeling like 117. They realize that they can win the game right here, and with a 20-12 life lead, they say this is the time. And oh, whoopsies! Threw one of those grenades right into the van. And Saves will take himself out of the picture. He actually did that on Apocalypse as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he's having a tough time with this War Machine.
It's one of those fickle operators that can be your own worst enemy. So we'll see if he can maybe polish things up a little bit. Caesar does the exact same with the Sparrow in hand. So a lot of operators gone to waste, but 31er have not been able to make them pay as they still sit down 9 lives. Did Zed do the same thing?
I think he did.
That's 3 in a row in 1 round. I'm not sure what's happening here in EU.
This is kind of like when you look at your side view mirror. It's like objects may appear closer than reality. Same thing, grenades explode closer than you'd think. With either the Sparrow or the War Machine. Annihilator out for Gort. Has to lock things up, but gets double chowed out. No efficiency there. As we have an 11 playing 2, 31 are down to the last couple of lives. It's just Zed and Brixta versus the world.
It's looking like 31er's got some work to do in the control. I think they looked really, really solid in the hard point, in the search and destroy, but some major, major mistakes as Brixta does find a way to win 1, but can't make it 2. And just like that, that is going to be a 3-0 and a 3-0 for 117.
I think, though, overall, this match is going to be closer than the 3-0 is going to read at the end of the day when people are looking back at the schedule. Sure, some moments in the hard point got a little out of hand for 31er, but overall, I thought they played them pretty tight. So, I mean, obviously, the search and destroy goes overtime, so can't get much closer than that outside of the overtime getting squashed very quickly. But then there in the control, obviously, round 3, it just red flags kind of all over the place. But the first 2 rounds, not terrible. So definitely things to work with if you're 31er in a very tough opening matchup for what it's worth. But for 117, maybe an opportunity for us to look back on their run through qualifiers, match it up with what they did here and say, okay, these guys are for real.
Yeah, they're absolutely the real deal, and I feel like right now they're the team that has the best chance of taking down Kings. Obviously, the favorite coming into this, they looked solid across the board. No bad performances right there. Legacy just having a tough time keeping up. He goes triple negative on that map. And that's just going to be a tough thing to compensate for. So 117 looking phenomenal right there. And I'm really looking forward to that Kings 117 matchup whenever we get it.
Yeah, I'm the same way with you on that one, buddy. It's just one of those things, though. Again, it's not just 117 that I think is looking really solid. I will still expect, I think, 31er, based on this performance, comparing to what they did during qualifiers, to still be a threat for other teams that are kind of at that middle line, little bubble teams, so to speak. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, but there definitely was kind of a clear-cut difference between these two squads, especially in the respawn. That's often the case early on in these tournaments. I mean, again, stage 3, you only get a chance to play up against another good team like once. So maybe more of a learning opportunity built in here.
Welcome back.
Hi.
To this side of the studio.
We did no funny walks to get back here this time. We just walked normally.
You know, I can actually vouch for that. You're saving them for when you're on camera. That's what you're doing.
Have to.
Well, fantastic match number 1, great casting, and fantastic showing out of 117 to start off the entire challenge season, making sure they're making their mark right out the gate, which we love to see. So let's, we'll take a look back at the standings for now, see where they're at, because obviously match number 1, the entire, first week really, is everybody finding their footing, right, Mommy?
Definitely. And for now, we need to see 31er just find their footing, especially with Legacy being that essential player that we thought he was in that S&D, but it looks like in the respawns kind of just lacking when it comes to that gunfire. So we do get to see our first 3-0 of the day. I'm not going to be surprised if we do get to see it all throughout day number 1, as we do get to see that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are thinking it's going to be a 3-1, but I mean a 3-0 rather, but I'm excited to see how the next set of teams will definitely define their first day run.
I mean, you're talking about match number 2 already, and that was something that you had highlighted as well when you looked at the schedule shift, because coming up very shortly, we have Kings versus Zidium. So that's going to be another really intense match. I mean, you've talked about them a lot too, Bobby. Obviously, Kings top of the top right now.
Yeah, and Zidium are a team that have arrived here off of a lot of DQs. I think they have more to prove than anybody else. We saw them in one match, which they lost on the main broadcast, and then the rest of their wins were via DQ. So they definitely have some work to do. It's not going to be an easy first matchup, but they do have a couple of pickups that I think could give them a better chance.
Well, it means that they also had a little bit extra time to get themselves ready for the challenge season, but the players still need a little bit more time before we head into match number 2, which means you get some time as well. We're going to be sending it to a short break, and when we return, like we're talking about, Kings versus Zidium coming up, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We hope you enjoyed that quick little break because we are keeping things moving here on our challenge season day number 1. Match number 2 is right around the corner after we just watched 117 come out on top in a 3-0 victory to kick things off. And now it is time to jump straight back into the action. We've already talked about it a little bit, but we've got Kings versus Zidium coming up. So, Shift, what do you expect out of the matchup?
Kings?
Yeah.
Kings and more Kings. I think that's the easy way of putting it to this point. I mean, you've got 4 of the players that finished top 2 in some regard during Stage 4 last year. And they've got a new guy up that's been kind of taking EU by storm a little bit. So you're very comfortable, I think, if you're Ray, looking at the surrounding cast with you. You have a chance to kind of just do your thing, chill, hang out, frag out. And this is a matchup where I expect him to do just that.
I mean, Mama, you said it's going to be 3-0s all day, so we'll see how that goes. All right, we're going to dive into these rosters and start talking about some of these individual players. We'll start with Kings. Bobby, what do we get? What can't you say here?
They kind of introduced themselves, you know. They across the board, you got players that have participated in Stage 5 on multiple occasions. You've got Grizz, who has been one of the best slayers in all of Europe. Right now, Marvel, arguably the best sniper in Europe, maybe all time, and across the board, just so much talent, so difficult to deal with.
All right, now, on the flip side of that, obviously, very, very strong team in Kings, but you mentioned it when we kind of talked about them before the break, too. We haven't gotten as much of a chance to see Zidium as maybe we would have liked during those open finals because they had some good fortune maybe go their way, Mommy, but let's talk about their roster a bit.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a team that has been an absolute lucky team, obviously the lower bracket, I feel like they're allergic to it for some reason. And so now we get to see them here. But obviously, they are picking up quite a bit of traction here because they did get Rondo, they did get Genius. But for me, honestly, losing Afer, the top fragger in their team majority of the time, might be detrimental to them when it comes to those respawn games.
And you guys had mentioned that at the top of the show, lots of roster changes. I heard you agreeing with her, obviously, shift. Anything else you want to expand on?
I think the thing is, last year, EUR was one of the most anticipated players in Europe. So he gets picked up onto stage 5. He didn't have a chance to really kind of show what he was worth. They were in a tough group for what it's worth. But I was excited to see him play on this particular roster because kind of the same thing we're talking about with Lydia. This would have been a chance for EUR to show that he can not just be a good individual player, but he could possibly be a good team leader. So now that we don't have that anymore, it feels like the Zidium team has really been hindered a ton when it comes to their potential, early at least, in this stage.
All right. Well, we mentioned it before. The first week is always a little bit up in the air. Some teams finding their footing. So there's still lots of opportunity, lots of gameplay for Zidium to show us what they're made of here throughout the entire season of the challenge. So we'll be getting our picks and bans up here in just a minute. More things for us to talk about as those vetoes come in. Because if the first week is the opportunity for teams to find their footing, then it also is just lots of kind of scouting, right, Bobby, as we start to see them pop up on the screen?
Yeah, no question. Teams are going to start to get a feel of what to expect on each map, and obviously a couple different looks right here is we are going to get potentially an Express if we go to a map 5. Obviously, Tunisia, we've already seen one time around. And the hardpoint Hacienda is one that we've started to see more and more in the competitive pool. So these teams are starting to feel a lot more comfortable there, especially, and excited to see that become one of the main maps for these guys.
Do you think there's going to be any possible weaknesses that we could see Zidium try to exploit for Kings, Mommy, when it comes to trying to at least get some points on the board here?
It's always that search and destroy. When we saw Mont and Kings back in their first day, they struggled quite a bit in Express. And yes, we're probably going to see a different kind of play, knowing very well that Zidium kind of struggles when it comes to those S&Ds. They're no Mont team. Mont is known to really just destroy teams when it comes to those S&Ds. But that should be a lesson learned after watching the broadcast that there is some sort of cracks in the otherwise clean record of Kings.
I see you agreeing there too, Bobby. You think that's a good point?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of Europe has some work to do when it comes to the search and destroys, so I think that's always an opportunity for the underdog to maybe find a chink in the armor of the opposition and find a way to take a map. We saw 31 or almost do it there on map 1. I think Zidium's definitely got a chance here.
All right, then before we send you guys away, do you agree on the 3-0 final thoughts here on this matchup shift?
For this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Flat out. I think the map pool is terrible for Zidium, flat out. Hacienda is a map that you can get snowballed on very quickly because the rotations are all the way across the map for every single hard point. The Tunisia search can also snowball like we just saw previously. You start to find some success with tempo, that map can get out of hand, and then Crossroads Strike Control. I have Kings slaughtering Zidium, just wiping the floor with them. That snow is going to be painted red by the end of it.
You know,
feeling dramatic.
I'm here for the dramatics. Okay, I think it's adding some color here to what's going to happen in match number 2. We're just waiting a few more minutes as our players get themselves loaded into the lobby and ready to jump into the gameplay, which means we have a little bit more time so we can hang out and chat here on the sofa, continue breaking this down a little bit. Even if we do get the very strong performance that we're expecting out of Kings in this first week, what will Zidium be able to take away from that after the fact that they can then apply throughout the rest of the season, Bobby?
I mean, at the end of the day, every single one of these is opportunity to learn. And I think that's one of the cool things about stage 4 this year that we haven't had in previous years. Like, you have a bad first day, you're done for the rest of the season. So having 4 or 5 weeks to look at those VODs and see what's going wrong, what you can do better, is a huge opportunity for these teams, and I think is even more going to highlight the teams that are really putting in the work, that are studying the VODs, and that are learning from those mistakes. And
that's something that you guys had highlighted a lot during the open finals as well, right, Mommy? But you said that maybe they struggle a little bit with that adaptation and kind of making those fixes. So is that something you're looking to see out of this region when it comes to the challenge season?
Yeah, definitely. Here in stage 4, a lot of the time these EU teams, especially in the past few years, they've been wanting to have gameplay like this, actually have that ecosystem to get better. They just wanted tournaments, and this is what they finally have, stage 4. I mean, it's not a joke too. I mean, you are having a chance in those 2 slots to bring yourself into the highest level of competition. Granted, it's -1 compared to what we're used to with the 3 slots, but still, it's going to be a really good ecosystem. And when it comes to the gameplay, you need to find a way to adapt very quickly because these weeks can just pass by really quickly.
And that happens a lot in esports, right? Like sometimes you're like, oh, you know, week 1, they've got tons of time, then week 1's done. And then week 2, you're like, oh, it's still the first half. And then by week 3, too much time has passed. And if they haven't made those changes, then you don't want to have to be fighting from behind the rest of the time.
And Zidium is not a team that's looking at the round robin and is circling Kings and saying, that's a must win for us. You know, this is not a matchup that they're looking at saying we have to win. I think you have to be competitive. You have to be able to show us something, especially considering the free path that they essentially got, in so many words, to get to this point. But this is not a matchup that I think Zidium is circling and saying, we have to win this matchup. We have to be able to at least be, you know, map 4, map 5 with these guys. This is one that you look at and say, where is our biggest weaknesses and how can we make sure those don't exist again when we play up against teams that we need to beat to kind of get into possibly a top 2 spot? Because that's really, I think, what a team like Zidium is fighting for. They might not be fighting for slot number 1, but getting to top 2, you need to be able to kind of polish up on your biggest flaws so you can beat teams like Exclusive this time through. You can find a way to beat teams like 117, because that's really where the struggle is, I think, for a team like Zidium, for instance.
Yeah, a massive learning opportunity, especially right out of the gate for these teams. And then on the flip side of that, still a learning opportunity for Kings as well, Bobby, because even if this is a match that they can start off really strong on, they can still pick apart their gameplay and find those really small moments that they want to fix before they go up against a team maybe like 117, who also starts with a 3-0.
And I think when you're as heavy of a top dog as Kings are in this tournament, it can become really easy to kind of just get careless, especially against teams like Zidium that you don't expect a lot out of, and you don't give yourself VOD to work from. You don't play at your very best. And ultimately, I think the biggest challenge from them is going to be taking every single matchup as seriously as they possibly can and making sure that they make the most of the opportunity here.
All right, guys, now just letting you know, we're just taking a few more minutes to make sure that our players are getting in, getting themselves all situated for match number 2. If you're just joining us, join the discussion in chat as well, okay? Let us know your thoughts on this next matchup, who you think is going to be coming out on top. Do you think it's going to be Kings? Do you think there's a little bit of an underdog opportunity? If you haven't done so already, you can also follow along on all of our social medias to keep yourselves up to date with everything that's going on the entire summer, so make sure that you do that. But the game is about to be ready, so it's time for me to send you two away. Mommy and Bobby, let's get into match number 2.
Ooh, I'm excited to finally do this. I mean, I kind of get the appeal now over here, yeah. We're like scurrying all the way into the other side of the world, and I like Bobby, he was trying to moonwalk the other time, and I can't do it with these shoes, unfortunately.
I'm not going to try that broadcast because I know it's going to go disastrously wrong if I do. I'm maybe if I get like some less grippy shoes later on. We got a lot of weeks here, so maybe next time we'll wear some slippers or something.
Pajamas. That's what we were talking about. Like before going in here, we're probably gonna be wearing pajamas, especially into those night broadcasts. But here we go. This is a series that everyone pegged to be a quick 3-0. But one advantage that Zidium has is that they don't really have much screen time compared to everyone else, obviously because they did get the DQ and just got spearheaded here into the competition.
Yeah, there's definitely not as much to break down for these guys. This is not really the matchup that you want to have, that being the case. But it looks like we are good to go for map number 1 right here, as it is going to be that Hacienda hardpoint. We do have a couple of crucial pickups for Zidium heading into this. Genius and Rondo added in. I think those are 2 phenomenal pickups. Rondo definitely has been one of the solid players in EU that's not gotten quite as many opportunities, but I'm expecting big things out of him, and there he is finding an opening kill for Zidium.
Big play with the smoke right there, just trying to cut off the sight lines. And this is one thing we actually saw being played really, really well back into that day number 2 for the EU Open. And that's something that we have kind of yet to see with the teams here in EU so far. So the usage of your smokes, and so far we are seeing Kings utilize that to perfection. So far, Kings here in P1, they also have a really solid hold here in 2F as well. So it's going to be really hard for Zidium to try and enter, but we do get to see Rondo making big plays.
Well, the map control for Zidium has been non-existent off the start. Only entry into the hard point has been them basically solo pushing through a smoke and just trying to get whatever amount of scrap time that they can. But Raid has been so good playing that lurking Slayer role, and he's finding another kill right there. Now sitting on a 2 spree, is going to find Inicio as well. That's a freebie, nobody else on the flank. And it, no surprise, is going to be Kings on the early rotation into P2. Big money hill coming up here.
Early rotation pays off for Kings, and they're going to have a solid hold, but it is going to be Zidium having the more favorable spawn. They do have majority of their players right there in driveway, and we do get to see Jazz getting a big nade kill, just getting rid of that one player. Now, this is going to be game plan for them. They don't have anything to try and flush out all the players here. Not only that, they're going to be smoked out, and like what I said, you need to use your utils, and Kings are using it to perfection so far.
Grizz has been tough to deal with so far for Zidium. He's sitting on 10 right now. Storm still trying to get going, and no surprise to see Kings up early on. Inferno actually pulling out the FFAR. That's something that we've seen a couple of these players using. Not a whole lot of success for the players they have, but we'll see if he can get going right here as he looks to cut off that mid-rotation.
Ooh, Raid with the beautiful 3K, and that is just going to seal the deal for them here in P2 as a rotation. Going to P3 already into the favor of Zidium. Now, one thing that they have to worry about Kings is the fact that the usage of smoke so far has been so good that it has been blocking off that sight line, just losing a lot of those engagements for Zidium and obviously pushing them back just a tiny bit. But as they are trying to get the points down, they do win the essential gunfights, the rotational gunfights as well. But look at player number 1 coming in from Zidium. Unfortunately, Rondo goes down. That's going to be a huge kill coming in from Spire, though. And that just seals the deal for them here in P3.
And right now, Zidium trying to force their way. They do have the strong spawns, but if you're getting shut down from that barn area, then it's not going to do a whole lot for you. Now Spy on the top side, using the War Machine to cut off those rotations once again. Kings looking like they could be up by 100 points on the way over to P4. Has not looked good for Zidium so far, and right now they need a big break. It's not going to happen right here. They have got to make the most of P4, and typically that's one of the more chaotic hard points on this map.
And so far, they're actually doing a phenomenal job at those one-on-ones engagements here in through mid, outside of the point. But one thing they're just not doing is actually stepping on it, applying that pressure, and just sending a lot of players to contest that point. 128 and 18 is going to be our scoreline. And not just that, P4 is going to be in order. It's going to be hard because you can see that Kings are going to be ready when it comes to that, especially with Inferno. When he pops with that operator, especially with Holger in hand, he can just spam through that smoke.
Well, right now, it is all Grizz. It has been the Grizz show. He's sitting on 20. He is bombing and weaving. He's on a 7 spree. Gets the pred right there. Finally does get shut down, but the 120-point lead is here for Kings, and they are showing zero signs of slowing down as they're just raining preds on the heads of the Zidium roster. Marvel just spraying through that smoke, UL in hand. Locking in the OBJ time, even as that main AR roll. And right now, Inferno pushed way out in the high ground control. Denicio trying to get a one-man clear with the Annihilator in hand. Does end up missing right there, but finally Zidium find the break, even if it's only for a couple of seconds.
And Marvel and Inferno are doing such a tremendous job when it comes to winning those gunfights outside of the point. And they only need just 3 players here, and all of their Slayers are doing an amazing job. Also, their anchors as well. And as we go into that next set of rotations here, it's still 26 for Zidium. They cannot catch a break as Kings are just a little bit too heavy-handed when it comes to those gunfights. Grizz obviously leading the way, being a really good Slayer, but everyone else on the outside doing a phenomenal job at keeping the Zidium players into the point.
Right now, it's an uncontrolled hard point. Chaos all on the outskirts. Genius finally going to be able to put it in, but if you don't have any high ground control, it's not going to do a whole lot for you. He gets shut down instantaneously. Grizz does finally get taken down there as well, and maybe an opportunity for Zidium to find a big chunk of time. That has not happened all game long. Genius trying to win a gunfight from the inside of the hard point, but he gets shut down, and once again, it is all yellow in the feed as the streaks come through. And for Zidium, you can't really point to any one thing that they need to be doing better. Like, you gotta win more gunfights.
That's fair. I mean, you get to see like hero plays from individuals like Storm getting those 2 pieces and just funneling out a lot of the players, and that's when they were able to get just a tiny bit of points here in P1. But everyone else needs to be fast and quick, especially when a player like Storm creates so much space for your team to try and get that hard point. Now we're going into turnaround here in P2 where Kings just absolutely got majority of the points of that last round.
Yep. They're looking to make quick work of this. 183 to 38. It might not be a 100-point club. They're looking at the 50-point club to see if they can make it happen. Couple of operators come out here. Grizz, Marvel, Purifier, and Annihilator. They're looking to get a full 60 right here and trying to end this as quickly as possible. And the operators are farming. Inferno trying to stop that mid-rotation. Rondo, big double kill right there, but there's lots more operators waiting for him on the opposite side.
Spy has been so good with War Machine. He's just been a great stopping force and just the first line of defense coming inside of that hard point. Genius, though, wins an essential gunfight, and that allows Zidium to go behind, but it might be a little bit too late. 15 seconds left, and Kings could actually try and get the full 60 here, and so far, Zidium kind of a little bit in shambles. And also, player number 4 coming in from Zidium, though, Denicio is actually going to lose that essential gunfight up against Inferno, and that situational awareness coming in from Inferno, knowing very well from the Zidium side of things, they're going to be spawning off into the left side of the map by Driveway, and he's getting so many kills, almost at a 4 spree.
Inferno with the claw in hand, trying to get those final couple of kills to lock in the map 1 win. And I can't remember the last time that Zidium had control of the hardpoint. I think it was the last time we were at P4, but it has been a minute. And Kings in the driver's seat all the way through this one. Storm, last-ditch effort to try to make something out of nothing. Denicio shut down as well. And it looks like Kings are going to send it. Oh, they avoid the 40-point club. All right, when they find the break back in, Rondo finds a nice 2-piece right there. And the smallest sliver of hope you've ever seen right here for Zidium.
You see Rondo and Storm just creating so much space for their team, and everyone else needs to play catch up. I feel like when it comes to the comms, they just need to pick up the pace, and now it's going to be contested. 50-point club! Yeah, Bobby, here we go! But just as we said that, it's going to be 250 already for Kings, but I mean, I almost did. I mean, I was just like, I was hoping, I was praying, I was like crossing my fingers and my toes, but here we are. A display of just absolute brilliance here in Hardpoint. Well, what do you got to say about the engagement so far, especially on the outskirts? Because a lot of the time, Zidium is just struggling to even get on the point.
I mean, yeah, the map control was basically non-existent for them. The ARs on the high ground for Kings were just too dominant. Their setups were too good. The rotations were on point. Like, there's not really a whole lot that you can look at for that one for Kings and say, oh, this is a big need for improvement in any one of these areas across the board. Everyone was doing their job. You look at Spite. Not only does he nearly go double positive, 2 minutes and 33 seconds of the hard point raid, looking to be Rookie of the Year for EU. 35-11. That guy showed out in a big way.
Guy's cracked. I mean, we heard it a while ago in the video. Quite juicy when it comes to the gameplay. Not just that, the movement that he displays is something that we don't really get to see too often when it comes to this EU region. Looks like these young bloods definitely know how to bring more spice into the table. As we look at the highlights right now, it's all just yellow in the feed right now.
Yeah, it's very, very one-sided highlight reel, as it was Kings all the way through. I mean, I don't think I even noticed that Raid was breaking out as much as he did, but it seems like whenever they started to really pull things out, not give a second to Zidium on the hard point, that's when he found the biggest chunk of his kills and really pulled away. But once again, you can't take anything away from those AR players, not quite as many kills, but their control of the high ground is what made it so easy for those SMGs to slay out in the close to mid-range.
It's not just that, it's the situational awareness of every single one of the Kings players and also winning those rotational gunfights. We did get to see the effort coming in from Zidium to especially rotate early from P2 to P3, but you always saw, especially in the round 2 of the second set of rotations, where we got to see Inferno absolutely pop off and just get rid of so many people trying to flush into Driveway, going into the next hill, and that is something that you like to see here in Hacienda. Obviously, it's a huge map. And if it's not going to be a 3-0, we are bringing it down to a summit later on, which is a smaller map. I think Zidium need to find a way to win this S&D to try and win that hardpoint game.
Yeah, I mean, the S&D, I think all season long is going to be a must-win mode for these guys. No question, that's the mode that the underdogs heading into these matchups are going to look at and say, this is where we've got a chance at taking a map off of them. And I think with a loss as big as we just saw, they absolutely need to bounce back here in the Search and Destroy.
Definitely, but the next map is not going to be easy. For some reason, all the maps that were banned in our first few days of the EU Open, not this time around. We're seeing everything finally come through. Tunisia, we saw it a while ago. 31er absolutely struggled here. There were signs of life, and I hope that Zidium watched that broadcast and learned a thing or two in 117 not found. But here we go. Kings, Zidium, Search and Destroy, where you already mentioned it. Zidium can definitely bring it to the table if they studied it well.
Very, very split push off the start here for Kings. Got Inferno looking to get some information from that top side. Big first blood for Storm. He takes down Grizz. And honestly, for this map, it's surprising to see the offensive push as split as it is. They do end up paying for it off the start right here. Genius tucked away in this corner. Inferno's going to spot him, and he, just like that, is going to even things up. Spy finds one, looking to flank, and just like that, Kings are in the driver's seat.
I love it when players just check their corners and Inferno was just in a right position. Not just that, even if he was taken down, he could have had another backup just in case he did. And now, fast push coming into Bravo. You'd expect that player number 4 coming from Zidium. That's going to be Denisio to absolutely step on it. And there you go. It's going to be too hard coming in from Jazz because he's just going to be overwhelmed. 1v4 though, still very doable, especially Denisio with a Locust. Can try to pick them off one by one as the bomb's finally going to go down.
And Denisio, you got to know that he's there. He does. So he finds the opening kill. The 1v3 now into a 1v2. Marvel peeks the corner. He doesn't miss those. Makes him pay. It's Kings taking round 1 right there. And we've yet to see any surprises so far. Very, very well played. And even if it wasn't a traditional approach from what we've seen out of these teams, the slow split push off the start paying off initially for King.
Now we're seeing a push, full man push coming in through that Bravo flag, and that's going to be huge for them if they get to win it. But for Zidium, they do get to put more players into Bravo. So that's going to be a huge and even split from both of these teams, actually. Oh, Genius! Unfortunately goes down. Inferno too fast with the scope.
He read that perfectly, and he did that both times around. He's going to be able to hit the quick scope on the Jazz as well. And a couple of openers once again, making the defense look as soft as mashed potatoes. Is right now Storm trying to recover. He's going to get shut down, and Inferno looking for the ace. Denisio finally going to be able to take him down right there, but Raid tucked into a nasty spot. Looks like the bomb has been retrieved, and Spy going to be able to find the plant here.
Marvel, though, brings it down into a 1v3. This is going to be so difficult for you to go in clutch. Now, it's a long wraparound right now from Rondo. CBR is going to be a difficult gun to have, especially in a site like Bravo, knowing very well that you have a sniper right there in your sights. So he's going to turn around. He's going to find a shorter route, a safer route. But obviously, they know where the Spy is. They definitely know where to adjust, and Marvel tags him just a tiny bit. But Spy just ends it, nail in the coffin. What a good adjustment coming in from Kings.
Ready up.
And right now, I think we need to see some different looks out of Zidium, whether it's a more passive approach, whatever it be. They have just been giving away free first bloods over on that B side, and that is not something you can afford to do against on the B side against a team like Kings. So we'll see what they can do. Even with Grizz yet to pick up a kill, there have been very few signs of life for Zidium, as once again Inferno set up with that Rytek over on the B side.
That's one thing with Kings, is that they're so patient when it comes to it. They're just waiting for that pick, and once they get that initial pick, they go in for whatever site they go to. And so far, it's been B all over again. And now they're going to be into a more even split, a 1-2-2 split. And for Zidium, they initially had 3 in B, but obviously it's just Inferno having not a good time this time around as Jazz gets that pick, but Grizz with the nade.
Well, right now, Rondo getting the audio cues. Know where at least one person is, but Marvel from where? Oh, from the entry point right there, slides the corner at a perfect time. Denisio is not able to make him pay, but fires back. That's going to be crucial. Into the 3v3 we go. Nobody in Winery right now, is the bomb's still in the hands of Spy, and King's waiting for the play call.
So far, I think it might be a B hit. You get to see play number 2 versus play number 5, but Raid is going to be able to win that gunfight. Storm goes down, and that allows them to possibly go in through another B hit here right now. And so far, the Zidium boys are going to be, I feel like, too isolated for my liking. You already have that information that mid's going to be open. We need to see player number 4, that's Denisio, to try and rotate as soon as possible.
You can see Jazz eyes on the mid entryway. Denisio, if the timing is right, might be able to find a planter, but Spy from the top side takes down Jazz. Should be able to spot the head of Spy, and if he's able to get away with his life, might be able to make this tough. There's not a whole lot of time.
5 seconds.
You've got to get the bomb down right here, but you can't afford to lose your life, and unfortunately, he does exactly that. Well played by Kings, a little bit too close for comfort, but they do come away with the round once again.
CoDM needs to find a way to rotate faster, because if Denisio was there just 3 seconds earlier, it would have been a different situation, knowing very well that the time was dwindling down, not into the favor of Kings. And right now it's like a 3-0, and obviously in a map like Tunisia where it's just completely huge, we're slowing things down just a tiny bit, and there you go! Almost getting that kill. Storm is able to get rid of Grizz, and Marvel gets the trade of his own, and so far looking good for Zidia as Rondo gets that beautiful two-piece.
And if you're Denisio, you have got to hit one of those shots. It could very well have been a 3v1 right here, but now a 2v2, not quite as winnable. Spy knows exactly where Genius is. I'm thinking, where is he going to peek to find the kill? Does that there. Now all down to Jazz, audio cue, but he is turning his head, spinning all directions, and gets shut down once again as Kings extend the lead.
We need to find a way, like, for Zidium to just stop isolating themselves, because so far that was very winnable for them. That was probably one of the more, I think, better rounds coming in from them, and now Kings are up 4. Zidium still 0. And now we do need to see some sort of, I feel like, faster communication coming in from Zidium right now. Especially now, mid is just so open, and it's going to be a fast B hit.
Right now, Grizz waiting for the push, able to shut down one before getting traded out. Kings with man advantage, no surprise there. Spy bomb in hand, and just like that, they're going to flood through the top side and see if they can get any information on the waiting Zidium players. Seems like they've just been on their back foot every single round so far. Marvel's gonna miss that one, miss 2 of them, miss 3 of them, hit marker on that one, and how do you not make it pay right there? Inferno with an eagle headshot. And even when Kings haven't looked good, they've still looked better than Zidium.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I get the idea. Rondo wanted to go in for that flank, but then the pace was just not right. When he was there, you already know you need to have a little bit more presence of mind, checking your corners, and you already had the chance to not die in front of that miss snipe. But there you go. We get to see a double push coming in from mid. That's going to be huge. A different play coming in from Zidium, though, but that's going to be punished by Marvel right now.
Yep. Great trade right there to not let the push go empty-handed. Rondo gets pushed up, but he is not able to hit anything on the raid, and just like that, Kings back up life right here. Jazz trying to lock down the B side. Inferno playing that waiting game that he's done so well so far, just baiting the opposition into the barrel of the sniper, and right now, Raid is the player that you got to deal with if you're Zidium. Bomb is in the hands of Spy, but he's content to sit back and hope that they find another pick here.
Storm might be their lifeline here if he does get a pick into mid, but unfortunately he does get to deal with 2 other players coming in from Kings. But a good read coming in from the last 2 players here from Zidium on that B side. But that player number 4, yet again, Denisio needs to go and push it. And so far, that's going to be Jazz getting that information down, and Inferno brings him down, and Denisio needs to go and step it up. He's so far away.
Just so impatient on that. You get the information, you know that you're not in a position to peek it right there, but he peeks it anyway, and Kings make him pay once again. The lone man on the top side is Storm. How does he get out alive right there? Kings, that was about as free as it can be. They are going to get the bomb down, but now it's into a 2v2, and with one player pushing through mid right here, might be able to make something happen, but one shut down. Denisio, an opportunity at the 1v2.
Here we go. He loves the spot, but obviously Marvel brings him down every single time. And I feel like this is just a repeat of a lot of the moments, right? I mean, Denisio, you got to be a little bit more unpredictable as to where you want to position yourself, especially knowing that you're always going to be the last one in, because you just rotate a little bit too slow, and we need to pick up the pace if you are on the side of Zidium.
I mean, normally in Search and Destroy, you know, you get 6-0 in the first half. I'd say it's okay, you were on weak side, but if you're Zidium, you were on strong side and you still got 6-0. So my hopes for them are not too terribly high. It's going to be Grizz finding yet another first blood right there. Denisio does fire back, but Marvel is there to take down Rondo. And once again, the Zidium players dropping like flies as it's all down to Jazz and Storm to try to dodge the 7-0 at the hands of Kings.
As we do get to see Kings just heavily set up in A, they do bring their numbers to their advantage and send half of their team, 1 in mid and 1 in Bravo. But Raid is in a great spot. Spots 1, that's going to be information given to them. But Jazz, just get out of there. Do not chal it. Knowing very well that Raid just does not miss when it comes to those shots. You're lucky to be alive.
Storm looking to find the pick. Sniper in hand. You get the audio cue on the jump. But right now, if you're Kings, you can continue to play the waiting game. You've got full map control right here. Only hope for the Zidium roster is Storm finding a snipe to open things up. And honestly, a little bit surprised they're peeking any of these corners. I think they're getting a little impatient. They want this to be done and dusted. And right now, it's all down to Storm as the bomb drops, trying to make a miracle happen.
Inferno has been so good when it comes to the flank, and Marvel ends it 7-0. Clean gameplay coming in from Kings. And I mean, okay, we gotta talk about this one. So far, it is shaky, not only in hardpoint, search and destroy, but now we're going into the control where they got absolutely decimated the last time they were here in Crossroads Strike. But before we head into that control game, let's talk about this. Tunisia is a hard map, and they were in the more favorable spot of being on that defense.
Yeah, I think that just shows how big the gap is right now between not necessarily this King squad and everybody else, but a Zidium roster that, like we talked about previously, is largely here by the results of DQs of other teams. So at the end of the day, it's VOD that you can look back at and try to figure out where things went wrong. In that one, there were a lot of places where things went wrong. The 7-0 for Kings. And once again, even for the players that weren't playing well, it's not like they were dying a bunch. It's just their teammates were getting the kills first.
Definitely. I mean, coming in from the side of Zidium, it's just the slow rotations, the slow comms, the fact that the reaction time is just not there. The no trades, you need to find a way to not isolate yourself, and also no mid control, which is just so important when it comes to a map like Tunisia. And coming in from Kings, we only saw a little bit of mid presence at the very end. And if Zidium was able to utilize and capitalize on that mid, that is just was basically neglected mostly of the entire game, rather, it would have been a closer game, I feel like.
Yeah, and a lot of it just felt like Zidium were second-guessing themselves the entire time. They didn't really trust their instincts. And on the flip side, you look at a team like Kings, who is incredibly aggressive, and that played to their strengths in a big way. Even though it wasn't always a fast initial push, once they took control of the bomb site, they full sent in there. They left Zidium on their back heels for the entirety of that. And especially once you get back to that last round, there's just not much of a chance to come back, especially flipping over to offense that's so much more challenging to be dominant in.
Man, when it comes to control as well, now that we're done with that search and destroy, in which we already talked about, could have been the saving grace of Zidium right now. It seems like we're going back here, and they did see exclusive here. They were 0-3'd, and they did not have the best of times. And that was EUR on their side, which is probably one of the saving graces of that team. But right now, let's see what they are made of. Backs against the wall, as they are going to be starting on that offensive side, which is definitely a little bit harder. But in a map like this, I feel like it's a little bit more easy when it comes to especially comparing that defensive and attacking side.
Well, this is the most spawn trappable map mode combo in all of COD Mobile, and it is showing early on. This is exactly what I was expecting to see, and this is exactly what I'm expecting will happen on the opposite side as well. 28-15. There was not a glimmer of hope from the first second that this game opened. There's already streaks raining down on their heads. And if there was a forfeit button, I think Zidium would be pressing right now.
Oh my gosh, the amount of Riz that Grizz had just pushing so deep into the spawn of Zidium was just absolutely rude, but I love that. Here we go. Kings is just showing dominance here when it comes to Crossroads Strike, and you mentioned it. It's very much spawn trappable. You need to find a way to control Catwalk and not allow the rest of the teams. And speaking of, two players funneling in through Catwalk, getting that building that will definitely give them more of an advantage for that spawn trap.
Well, Genius does find one, Denicio another, but a 1v20. Not looking great. I think it is very, very kind of Kings that they wish to put Zidium out of their misery this quickly. Jazz yet to pick up a kill, and there's no highlight players on Kings because they all have just been farming the entire time. You gotta think those operators gonna pop soon, and the only reason they haven't was because the round ended so quickly.
Definitely, they still need to bring out their full force, and so far we do not see any kind of presence from Zidium into these buildings that you definitely need to have control of. And like what I mentioned, Catwalk's going to be absolutely essential. And we do get to see Storm try to win those gunfights, but like what we see, Raid's going to be able to just apply that pressure down as he is going to be hunted, but he still wins that gunfight here in mid.
I think, like you mentioned earlier, the loss of EUR is being felt in a massive way by Zidium. He was the only real bright spot for them in the match that we saw in Stage 3, and very sorely missing his presence. That was a questionable gunfight loss right there. But once again, they continue to slay out, tucked away in all the right positions. They're playing the objective too. Honestly, they don't need to play the objective, but this is what we wanted to see out of Kings. Even in the matchups where you feel like it's going to be a blowout, playing fundamentally sound, playing the game the exact same way as if it was the #2 team in your entire region. They look phenomenal right here. They get A locked in, and Grizz completely controlling the mid-map with that Purifier in hand. Zidium, once again, looking a little hopeless as it is a 2v22.
Not just that, they're not going to be set up for that attacking round. They are broke. No score streaks, no operators to try and attack up against these Kings right now. And we already saw how fast they went in there for the spawn trap. And now we need to see Zidium try to funnel in through the building as fast as possible.
You've got to get mid-map control. That is your only hope of avoiding the spawn trap. Genius right there needs to win the gunfight. Inferno is sitting on an 8 KD in this one. Not quite as good as the 8.5 that we're seeing for Raid right now. 17-2. The score streaks continue to raid down. And Zidium actually keeping things fairly even off the start of this one. So the mid-map control has paid, at least early on. And hope is not completely lost quite yet.
Spy, though, with the War Machine, you already know how well he actually play this. And so far, it's still pretty doable for Zidium to try and make that comeback, as Genius is going to be winning that essential gunfight, stopping the push here in Bravo. But Alpha is going to be captured. At this point, they're actually aware that Kings is just abusing Catwalk all the time, so... But then, just as I said that, it's already 16-21.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-map control is everything on this map. If you give it up, you're going to be in a spawn trap in a matter of seconds. That is exactly what happened the first 2 times around. Zidium at least making some mid-game adjustments, finding a way, and that's the thing that they're going to have to do all Stage 4 long. That's not just a thing you're doing up against Kings. You got to see where your mistakes are. If you can find a way to control this mid-map area, you have a chance at taking not only a game, but maybe a match, and right now they have got to find ways to improve. Jazz with Purifier in hands going to find another couple right here, and actually a doable round here for Zidium on the offensive side.
Rondo, Signs of Life, brings out the War Machine right on time. Unfortunately, not able to get rid of Marvel, but that does bring it into a more even playground. 6-4, still very doable for Zidium, but as we do get to see that second tick of progress here in Bravo, they're doing a pretty good job, and so far, it is actually doable, but with Genius going down and losing that essential operator, a 1v6 is just not doable as King. They do get to finally still have that crown, and it was a fast map right here. Not just a fast map, a fast series in general.
Yeah, that's lots of VOD to review if you, well, not lots of VOD. It's actually pretty short VOD to review if you're Zidium, but I think they did a good job making some adjustments there in the last round of the control, and they showed they've got the gun skill to at least be able to keep up, but there was just zero map control for the entirety of those first 2 rounds, and it was very, very much felt, I think, especially in round 1, that was just an entire round-long spawn trap.
It's a map knowledge, knowing how to go around the map, the timing of it. I feel like when it comes to the timing, that's more of that S&D round and just having those fast comms. And now coming in from the side of Kings, obviously that is just points after points. And even though Marvel didn't really have the best of games, it doesn't matter because everyone else from Kings are just absolutely cracked. Spy this time around picks it up with 27 kills to his name.
Yeah, that was a bloodbath. I mean, to be fair, that's exactly what Shift expected was going to happen, and that's what we got. So it was the Kings show. We'll see if they maintain that level of dominance. I'm not expecting that level against the other teams. There's a lot of talent here in EU, but definitely a warning call that they have put out against the rest of the competition that they are not messing around here in Stage 4.
They got the best. They got the best teams here so far, and I'm excited to see how they're going to fare with teams that are in the middle of the pack. And Glitter, you've seen it already. Like Shift mentioned, it was a fast 3-0.
We were talking about that while we were watching, right? We were kind of watching it go down in the first score line, and I was like, okay, you know what? It's just it's hardpoint. Maybe they'll bounce back a little bit, but it was the indomitable force that was Kings.
I mean, we had to essentially like speed run our bathroom break because we weren't sure we were going to get back in time. Like, this was the DoorDash challenge for Kings. I mean, come on. They weren't losing gunfights. So, again, it's borderline to be expected. It's your best team in Europe, probably, versus a team that I think a lot of us are putting near the bottom of the power rankings for Europe. So you expect to see things like this happen early on, especially. But for Kings, that was almost too comfortable. I mean, flat out. I'm pretty comfortable right now, but Kings may be a little bit more comfortable than I am in this very lovely chair.
That's saying a lot, too, because I'm
very comfortable. I do. I need to get one and ship it to the U.S.
All right, well, we'll have the leaderboard popped up on here. Like we keep saying, first week is just, it's not we're not gonna see a whole lot of changes. Just lots of 1-0s or O's and 1s. So things will start to change tomorrow, and then the week after that, we'll start getting a better kind of lay of the land when it comes to all of our teams. But that means if match number 2 is done, it is time for break number 2 for us here in the studio. So we're going to be sending you guys on over to that. And when we come back, match number 3 between Exclusive and Mont right around the corner. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are headed into match number 3 of the first day of our challenge season for COD Mobile EU. It's been a 3-0 day so far for our first 2 matches. We'll have to see what our last 2 matches have in store for us. And the match that I'm talking about coming up next is going to be between Exclusive and Mont. So, Bobby, what can we expect out of this matchup?
I would be lying if I said I it was going to be another 3-0. I don't think it's going to be all 3-0s today. I think the last matchup is going to be a really, really good one. But Mont had a lot of struggles whenever it came to stage 3. Obviously, you guys saw the broadcast. They did have some bright spots in the search and destroy, and if they can execute there again, I think there's a chance that they can make it a 3-1, but the respawns looked rough.
Okay, all right. We'll have to see if they were able to make some of those adjustments that we've been talking about quite a bit since the Open Finals now. See what they are able to work on. But then we'll take a look at the rosters as well, and we'll start with Exclusive here, Shift.
I think this is a roster you look at on paper for those that are familiar with EU, and you say, at worst, this team should be expecting top 3. At best, they find a way to also possibly surprise a team like Kings and work their way on top. The biggest picture for me, though, I'm actually looking at Veer, the guy in the second position there, because he was part of that very highly anticipated light team last year that kind of dropped the ball in stage 4. We had a lot of high expectations for them. Granted, they had a tough bracket and they kind of got, you know, a little unblessed on what seeding they had, but still, this guy I imagine is going to be on a revenge tour, and having to only go through Zidium in stage 3 quals, we're going to really get a good look to see what they have to offer for us here today, in my opinion.
All right, I like that. I like that. And then on the flip side of things, we were just talking about a Mont, Mommy. Do you think that they were able to make some of those changes?
Yeah, we already said that in this week we had a shuffle when it comes to roster mania. Etsy being that #1 person I'm looking at, because in their last map, actually, it was Express and Etsy was in Team Mobility, which is not here right now. And so far, they were able to get them. If you don't beat them, join them, right? So right now, Etsy is that one person, has been so good when it comes to the sniper. And like what Bobby said already, he set it up. Mont is so good in that search and destroy, but Exclusive, on the other hand, is absolutely insane in that search. So I feel like this is going to be a close matchup, well, depending on the map. So far, when it comes to the respawns, Mont needs a little bit of, you know, just tweaking.
Okay. All right. We'll see if they're able to make those tweaks on the fly, or if that's something they worked on heading into the challenge season. But you also did point out that there is the potential for those map choices to really kind of play a big factor for the success or failure when it comes to the Mont side of things. So we're going to be getting those up on the screen here shortly as well. And then we'll see how that will affect the gameplay. I don't think it's going to change anything for you, Bobby, right now.
If we see Express Search and Destroy for map number 2, I think that's the best chance, because that was also where Etsy had a phenomenal game for that Team Mobility squad. So you take a team like Mont, who already took Kings to the limit, you throw in a solid sniper on top of what you already had, and maybe there's a chance that they can take a map. I think expecting a series here is a little bit much for them, but once again, every single one of these teams has opportunity to look at these VODs and look at where there's room for improvement as well. Take off hardpoint. If you're going up against a strong hardpoint team, it's just one of the ones you can't really expect to take a miracle game, because it's so rotation and map control based that I think Exclusive are going to have a little too much.
All right, well, we also see the S&D popping up on there as well, Shift.
Yeah, look, you guys are being way too nice. This is going to be a speed run again. Just flat out. I just don't
Even with Express?
Even with Express. This Exclusive team has way too much experience to be surprised by something bland by a Mont team, who I don't imagine with new roster pickups, new formations, they're going to do anything weird or unexpected. The only thing that could possibly foil it is, like you mentioned, maybe an X factor they don't have an answer for. So it had to be like a sniper v sniper type situation, but on Express, I don't see it happening. I've got Exclusive 3-0 quick. I think for Express as well, I expect Exclusive just run the gun down Mont, and they're not going to have a chance to get that sniper in play.
I mean, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because there's so much VOD when it comes to Express and Mont's gameplay. So maybe that's a way that Exclusive, I'm surprised they didn't ban this map. But the fact that they didn't is the fact that they've studied it. They have so much VOD. You saw Kings versus Mont here in Express, brought it out to an OT. Same here with Team Mobility. And I feel like they're prepared. So maybe it could be fast, but I hope that Mont's not just planning on that Express and just be readable at this point.
Okay, well, we're not waiting much longer to find out what's going to happen. It's time for me to send you over to the other side of the studio, and we'll jump into match number 3.
Bye, guys. Here we
Hi,
go.
Bobby.
Miss you.
Your hair
Love
looks
you
great
guys.
today, by the way.
Thank you.
You look like you look like a David Hasselhoff type. You just got out of the water, like all curled and
Got
wet.
You know, and just basically being a speedboat. I know that.
A salsa dance?
Oh, I don't know how to dance.
You don't know how to salsa dance?
No.
Oh gosh, we'll teach you. We got
Thank you.
6 weeks of this.
Thank you. We're in Poland. I feel like we can definitely do so. I want to be cultured at this point.
I don't know if they salsa dance in Poland.
Polska.
True. Fair enough. I mean, look, I'm going to keep it pretty plain. I just don't see a world where Mont is able to compete with the just individual level that Exclusive brings to the table. We're talking about one of the more battle-tested individual teams that are here in this group compared to a squad that's pretty brand new. And the thing I'm most worried about is how much do you get in your own head when you play a map like Takeoff that can get out of hand very quickly.
Definitely. The last time that Mont played this, it wasn't so pretty. It was against Kings, and Exclusive definitely will be able to utilize that, capitalize on that loss, and now we get to see it. I'm curious as to how a man like Etsy, especially with a long-range weapon like a Kilo, could beam from across the map.
That's one of the things we saw last year in Stage 5. Long-range weaponry in this map could definitely be a thorn in the side, but so far, we'll get those names at the top fixed up for you. It is going to be Mont in the hard point for the time being. Nice little zone of control towards the north side of the map, but Creed already changing things up. Balance working with them, and it's a clean kill feed. The break already in.
That's going to be impressive when it comes to that break from Mont. And so far, they do have a solid map control as well. Champy winning those beautiful fights, gets a 2-piece, and so far, pretty back and forth, but obviously this is going to be a contest hill. P1 definitely going to be a back and forth that we do expect. But player number 5 on the screen, though, that's going to be Etsy, winning a lot of the gunfights down into Generator. But again, a back and forth I would like to see. But if you are kind of confused, Exclusive is actually going to be on the right side, and Mont is going to be on that left. So if we can kind of fix a route there, it's a 12 for Mont and a 28 for Exclusive.
Yeah, with rotation, I will say Mont doing a nice job of kind of controlling this second floor area. Having a tougher time kind of keeping that exit safe, though. Spawn's still good. Hardpoint about to open up here for P2, so it'll be a 50-50 battle. Exclusive battling from the front, and, well, actually, it's Champy the first one in. Nade's going to litter this second floor very quickly, and Neil's able to turn that into a double. He's also got a trophy now to keep his teammates safe, and it's Exclusive all over the opening break.
Mont was there early, and they do have the more favorable spawn, but then it's just Exclusive just winning a lot of these gunfights down, and the gunfights outside of the point. And so far, we get to see it. That's player number 4 coming in from Exclusive. ZZ is going to be winning an essential gunfight over here, and Neil is going to try to shut him down and also try to win those spawns for them.
Yeah, not looking good right now for Mont. Yeah, like you mentioned, still holding on to the spawns, but they have not been able to get into the hard point until this moment right here. Finally a chance for numbers to come out, but you've already got score streaks being earned up. Hunter Killer Joan Tossed has tried to, a little finesse time here for Exclusive, trying to work towards the scrap, but eventually they will give it up, make their way over towards Lounge, and set themselves up for new.
Generator spawns right now coming in from Exclusive. Balance is going to spawn right there. That's going to be huge for him, and he's going to try to anchor down that spawn. But everyone else coming in from Mont, though, very well aware that they need to rotate into that side, and so far all blue into the feed. And it is just so nice that they're actually just going in for that 3-man push coming from Generators. And it's going to be still Balance trying to win that gunfight, but unfortunately, Etsy just wins those.
I like this, though. War Machine out for Jace. He's going to try to clear out these doorways, and the rest of Mont are going to hit from the other point of ingress. Works out well for now. Response coming through. Sparrow, Claws, all being pulled out as Exclusive trying to fight their way back, and it's Veer with a triple. Fahim is able to get himself back in to try to contest, but the numbers too significant and Exclusive have rebroken.
Veer gonna win those, especially with the Sparrow in hand. That's a good usage when it comes to your operator skills. Only able to just touch it for a little bit, and Mont kind of struggled to go in for the break. And even though that Generator push was just so good, not able to sustain, as we do get to see that rotation finally fall through, and we do get to see that Balance wins an essential gunfight yet again. And so far, Balance has been so good when it comes to anchoring these spawns.
He's the one guy that, we watched last year, and we thought his ceiling was going to be super, super high. Did not quite able to get to the final moments of last year, but definitely a player to keep your eye on as we continue through this stage 4. Over towards New. Exclusive enjoying a 50-point lead. Lots of operators were spent on that previous hard point, so expect this to be a lot of raw vanilla gunplay. And so far, Exclusive coming out on top of the kill feed. Mont trying to break from the middle of the map. Tough position, but ZZ does well to get one. Turns over, but it's Patron who's able to keep him safe. Now it's down to, can you actually break on into these tight corners? And so far, so good. Last player left is Balance. He's able to take down one. steps away from the gunfight, gets the reload, and there's the second. Now back in towards the front doors. Exclusive is here trying to hold.
So fast when it comes to the approach here, and just so good when the break. And something that I'm really curious to see is Ziz is going to be holding that CBR, which he usually just holds the Hulker. And maybe I'm thinking about their gun chemistry is going to be different with Etsy now doing the long-range engagements instead.
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. If it's a new player on, that may change your open composition full out. So it's a good shout. We'll keep our eye on it. As Balance does take down 2 with the Pred missile. Just when he thought that maybe Mont was finessing for the scrap time and a potential rotation to hold down to spawns for new, they get completely broken off the score streaks. Creed holds and anchors the back. And as we get back over towards Fountain, sure, Mont have some numbers to keep it neutral, but the superior high ground held by Exclusive.
And now it's really uncharacteristic for ZZ to just have that 6, and so far needs to try and adapt when it comes to that short-range engagement. So far, Mont does have a solid hold here, and what we've seen so far, they're actually pretty good when it comes to holding that P1 early on into that hard point, but we do get to see huge kills coming in from Neil with the Annihilator just from far away, and just like that, the hard work that Mont had here in P1 just flushed away.
Yeah, that's just good efficiency, I think, overall. When you look at operator usage for the side of Exclusive, it was essentially everyone flooding through P3, and everyone was just kind of gut check calling, but the Annihilator here essentially allows Exclusive a chance to dominate some control over the left side of the minimap. Mont hanging around though, 70 to 141, doing what they can on this scrap time to keep themselves in the game, but the trends, the patterns, all of it continues to build for the narrative of Exclusive.
So far though, Mont's in a really good position to try and defend P2 once we do go in for that rotation. They do have 3 operators to use, so that's going to be huge for them. Not just that, they are pretty well aware that they do want that Special Forces base instead, which is the more favorable spawn, and especially with that 3 operators to use, it'll definitely be huge for them. And so far, Exclusive's going to be in a really bad spot as they're losing a lot of their rotational gunfights outside of the hard point.
But Balance does get 1 elimination. It allows Creed to spawn up 50-50 spawns. Etsy pulling out the claw. Creed, a little gut punch as he slides on into the action. So now ZZ's got to try to respond to this. Creed turns it into a second, and that is just clinical play from Exclusive. Lots of focus towards the front. Someone sneaks behind. It allows a break into the spawns, and with that simultaneous to the hard point. Now Creed can get to work on the claw. Oh, brother. Not looking great right now for Mont. Missing out another massive opportunity. Fahim only gets 1 with the Sparrow, and it goes from bad to worse that quick.
They just let go when it comes to the opportunities that they make for themselves early on into the round and not able to sustain it at the late hard points. And you do get to see Balance making such huge kills as well, just dominating those spawns and just allowing his team to spawn even closer. And now we do get to see an early rotation coming in from Mont this time around, where we got to see Exclusive just go in there early in the last time, but that is a good response coming in from Mont. But what they do need to hold though, it's just, again, that's player number 5, Balance, just an absolute machine going into spawns.
Etsy in a good spot up top on the balcony. He can help lock down mid, create a little bit of space here for ZZ and Patronix to just kind of hold on to these corners. But Champion's already gotten around the back. Look at the surround here for Exclusive. They've gotten into great positions. Neil makes his presence known. Works in with the Fennec, steps away. Trophy system down, turn and burn. No, not going to work out. Etsy, Jace, hold on, and Mont still in the game.
That's going to be a solid hold coming in from Mont, and so far they're actually having signs of life here. That's going to be huge for them, but it's just going to be Champion Balance going in for those short-range engagements, and that's what they've been winning so far. They're so good at controlling the point and just flushing in, going in for the retake, and that's what we need to see coming in from Mont, is just winning those engagements in the short end.
Yeah, trades still coming out on top for Exclusive when it matters most. Mont just not quite able to hold on to the layers that you need. Sometimes good setups for their initial hold gets broken down, they lose spawns, they lose the hard point. We just haven't seen them really kind of check the boxes for an entire 60-second stretch. So Exclusive put themselves on to win condition for this next hard point, and Champy is getting to work, making life very difficult. Backside Jenny's Champy almost gets a double. ZZ will shut him down, but job done. Exclusive in the hard point.
And that engagement from Champy just allows everyone else from Exclusive to just have a more solid defense into outside of the hard point. So far, those Special Forces base still into the favor of Exclusive. You definitely want that, but that's going to be huge. Annihilator kills coming from Patron X, and he's going to be able to go in there for that too. Possibility to get that third, but then a Hunter Killer drone just stops it.
Fear says, hold this. And then from behind, ZZ only able to get 1 with the Purifier, so that was the last legs it looked like for Mont. 20 seconds, still an opportunity for Exclusive to win right here, and they can smell it. They got everything out that they have earned And yeah, kills are just not looking good enough here for Mont. And it's one of those things that kind of like you said, it just the patterns, the trends that we saw early, Mont would put themselves in a good setup. They would rotate early, look like they're going to be in a good position to maybe do some work, but the hold doesn't work out. They only get one wave of kills when they needed like 3. And it's tough when Exclusive are finding their way kind of continually winning 3v2s, 2v3s. It just always felt like when we got to low numbers on these break attempts, Exclusive had the numbers, and that was what turned the tides.
Yeah, the theory, but they had a hard time executing those. And like what you mentioned, yes, they are so good at that early setup, but when it comes to breaking the hard point, Exclusive is just so good when it comes to those close range engagements, is winning those 1v3s, and also the fact that the anchoring spots, they're always just winning that balance, just even though he's going to be at the bottom of the kill feed here, just 25 kills, but it's high impact kills, not just that, with 1 minute and 30 to his name.
Well, Veer was at 33 and 18 or something. He only had 20 seconds at the hard point, so I told you, that's a guy to look out for because he's on his revenge tour this year after missing out on last year.
Revenge tour.
Yeah, he would.
That sounds like an album name.
Might be.
Yeah, they're touring around the world.
His first dedicated solo album, Veer, Revenge Tour. Here for it, I'd buy it. I could already see the album cover too.
I'm streaming it for sure.
Fair enough. See it on all platforms before the end of the week. But it's just, again, I know that a lot of attention is put on the Kings because of who they are roster-wise. 117 because of what they did. Why are we not talking about this Exclusive team as possibly being a major favorite? They've been there. They've done it. Not quite necessarily dominated to the same level that Kings have shown to this point, or maybe even individually, because 4 of the 5 were top 2 last year, but there is still a lot of very, very good talent on this Exclusive team, and I think we saw it pretty much in full force right there.
Definitely, and obviously people are kind of forgetting that half of this squad is from Nova, and they were able to just absolutely, they have one of the best snipers. They have one of the best people here on this roster, and I feel like the fact that they're so quiet when it comes to climbing up in the top, that is going to be dangerous coming up into the possible days that we have here, especially seeing that takeoff. That is going to be huge for them. And now we're heading into this search and destroy where Mont knows that they have a certain formula to win it, but Exclusive pretty sure has seen that formula time and time again.
I'm expecting Exclusive to play with speed here. Just flat out. Just kind of comparing to how this map was played in Black Ops 2 and most recently in Cold War. Expect to see a lot of engagements very early on through mid. Jay gets the opener. Nice smoke to kind of help cover Zizi as well as he gets forward. Elevator play in for Neil, but he's got a scope and he will be shut down immediately. So now it's just down to Creed rotating from the opposite side of the map and not going to work out. So how about it? Mont able to overwhelm right through the opening towards the inner elevator.
Well, looks like Mont listened to you, Shift. It was speed on their end.
Set the tone. Why not?
I am speed. And like we already saw, that's the reason why that Mont had such a great time up against TMGG and also coming in from Kings. And there you go, fast nades coming into a fast push. Also, Zaza gets that pick though. Champy goes down. Patron X again. Gonna be a 3v5 situation in the favor of Mont.
Yeah, this is gonna come down to a round where for Exclusive you say, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, still shame on me. Because they still aren't able to deal with it. And the thing about it is, and for those that are, hardcore grinders that Express, those early approaches down terminals all are about making sure you're getting your trophy down early. You cannot put it down late, because otherwise those stuns and flashes that start to hit impede you from being able to do your job. ZZ once again up top, balance, stun, concuss, but
my gosh,
gets himself out of the picture, and balance will turn that into a second. Good response here from Mont. They get it to a 3v3, but the bomb is down.
Deja just gets punished by his own nade. Unfortunate. Champy able to get Etsy. Now Champy yet again. 2-piece for him. Now Jay say, what can you do? But with 4 already to his name, and we're already round number 3. Possibility to clutch up, unless Exclusive just isolate themselves. But that's not going to be the case.
He's got sound cues. He knows Champy's nearby. 1v1 comes through. Trade not immediately in, but Creed still finds the angle. Okay. But here's the thing, though. If you're Exclusive, you have to have a response for ZZ hitting towards the bomb site immediately. You cannot allow an SMG to get up there that quickly, that free. Throw different nades, flat out. That's what I think the only answer is. We've seen Neil try to snipe down low. That hasn't worked out yet. And how about this? This time, it's actually going to be Exclusive giving up the bottom play, leaving Neil towards monitors. Everyone else hitting through mid, but opening kill still good for Mont. Well done.
ZZ, though, knows it very well that Neil's going to be there, and he's going to be in a really bad spot. 2v2, though. Arrivals going to be blue. And now for Creed in a really good spot with LK24 in hand, but still loses it to Jay with a CBR4. And now ZZ tries to go and plant the bomb. Veer is in a really good spot to pick them off one by one, but if they stick together as a team, it's going to be so hard for him to try and clutch.
This is a request of have to quick snipe. Hits Jay for the first. Other screen. That's the 1v1 now. Bomb is planted. Weapon picked up. Chance to make a play forward, but again, it's just so much you have to clear. ZZ not checking yet, has the benefit of playing for the sound cues. Now the urgency stepped up with 13 seconds to go, and there's still so much that you have to clear. He's going to try to bait out the check. Turn your attention to the right side of the monitor. Here's the check, and yep, just play with your food a little bit. No chance for the defuse to come through. Veer even finishes it off, and wow, ZZ is just dominating right here through mid-central.
He's trying to make up for that game in hardpoint, and so far so good. I mean, apart from that fact that he accidentally got himself out of the competition here with that own nade, but that is going to be huge for Zay, knowing very well that it's going to be a fake and also playing time to perfection. And now we're going in through that A push instead, and so far Exclusive not being able to read the fact that it's going to be an A hit, but still balance goes down early.
Exclusive, what are we doing? Champy does at least get a trade, but you cannot allow them to sit in mid-tracks like this. There is no way you are allowing the offense to get through here. And finally, Veer does connect with a very nice key scope. ZZ playing low. Smoke will dissolve. Nades now defensively coming through as the bomb is trying to be planted, but Fahim is showing a couple too many piggies. That one went to the market, and it put Fahim 6 feet under.
Wow, God nade coming in from Neil. That is just absolutely amazing retake coming in from Exclusive. I mean, that is a good adaptation of what they kind of lacked in the past few rounds, and Mont seem like they're having a very hard time when it comes to aim. Like what you mentioned, mid was just so open from Exclusive, but they were able to adapt. Yeah.
And 5v5 on this map, there's no reason that you don't have somebody looking mid.
Absolutely.
So Exclusive kind of get away with one there. Another quick hit, this time Balance changes with some tempo of his own. Champy also playing through Ticket. Trade's not good enough this time for Mont. As a double snipe set up for Exclusive will work out once again here. Should be looking at a 3-3 unless Jay does something Reddit-worthy here.
He's going to be quiet. Obviously, this 1v4 situation is just so difficult in Champy yet again. And so far with Champy, his timing is so good every single time, and now we are going to be even things out. So far from Mont, it looks like they're trying to do the same push coming in from Bravo, and you cannot just do the same type of push, especially up against Exclusive, where they learn so quickly. And now I feel like that A hit might be doable for them, but they do need a little bit more presence here in mid.
See how it goes. Exclusive on the offense this time. Neil gets first blood. A little bit of patience here for Exclusive as Neil connects a second time. Champy stunned beyond recognition on the site, but his teammates pick him up, no worries. Etsy now by himself. The hit marker. That's never fun. Thought for sure he got a free one, I'm sure. Veer over the top, waits for him, very patient. And that's just a good, I would say, just exhibit in taking your medicine if you're Exclusive. You know for a fact that Mont want to play quick over the top of the B site. Let him do that. Throw a couple of nades, let your scopes kind of watch both angles, find a free first blood, use your numbers. Chef's kiss, beauty.
And also the fact that they waited for Mont to just waste all of their util right there. Smokes come out though, and that just allows Mont to just push forward, but allows Balance as well to go in there very early as Balance gets that nade. Creed as well, and that's going to be lineups galore here in Bravo.
There's no trophy system. Doesn't exist for long enough. Nades connect for Exclusive. Fahim, last one left. Hit up from behind. Little turn and burn situation, but Veer finishes off for Boer. It got too dicey. 5-3. And now all of a sudden, shoes on the opposite foot as Exclusive have taken, I would say this is a lesson in cruise control here, not quite going 0 to 100. And Mont is getting caught in these very dire positions mid. I would expect to see something a little bit different this time through. Trophy systems litter the point, and they are working this time around, but Champy does get a free angle. Balance working with them on the opposite side, and where is the help?
Wow.
You have to pick up your subs if you're going to be trying to play that aggressive defensively, and it does not work out. A flawless round comes through for Exclusive.
That was a great setup. Not only that, you actually get to see into the sidelines their lurks, and for how we got to see Veer versus Etsy, and Etsy just loses that. Could have been that lurker, and also that back end push that Mont needed at that time, but then obviously they just have such a hard time on that defense.
Exclusive going to change it up by heading over towards A. You can hear all the nades coming off defensively towards B. There will be mid-map control for Mont, but using that as a position to contest A is not exactly a given. So smokes will come through. Exclusive will work for the plant. Flank quickly on the way. Veer deals with one. Creed another. How about a double through train side? Now the defense has to retake from the front. Fahim and Jay say last one's left for a 2v4. They make their way up towards planners quickly, but Champy is just going to be sliding back and forth. Neil has gotten onto the defensive side, and how about Creed? Left hook puts map 2 out of commission, 7-3. Mercy, not good news for Mont.
I didn't even realize we're already done. That was just so quick, and I was looking at Neil the entire time. That flank was so prime for them to just end it with such finesse, and so far, Mont had signs of life in the first few rounds. They did the exact same thing. It worked out for them, but unfortunately for them, they did not have any kind of play after that.
I'm thinking the lack of dimensionality.
Yes.
Everything was quick and through stairs, and eventually the experience will pay off. Exclusive made the right changes. They just hold back and say, you want that? You got it. We'll throw our nades late. Take care of you, no problems. Free map control, thank you very much. And then just the curveball at the end, taking it over to the A site. Mount not ready for it whatsoever. And it is interesting, I will say, you know, for me, obviously I come from more of the multiplayer side. We see this map in 4v4. We don't often see snipers on it when it was BO2 or during Cold War, but seeing a double scope set up the way Exclusive were trying to work that on both sides of the bomb, very interesting, and it ended up working out pretty nicely for both Veer and Neil.
And one thing that is surprising, speaking of a sniper, is that Etsy on the back end, on that lurk role, especially in the last few rounds when they were on the defense, just did not work out. Was always just outslayed up against Veer, up against Neil, and just had such a hard time when it comes to that. I feel like when it comes to gun comp, when it comes to team comp, so far, Mod still needs to polish up whatever new roster that they have right now.
And I think the thing about it, if we were to retroactively think back to how Exclusive made their adjustments of letting Mont take mid, you have to know, if you're Mont, where the line in the sand has to be drawn. If they're going to give us free positions, we'll take them. Don't go too far, though, because that's where they started to get punished. Some nades were connecting, sure, but on top of that, how many times are they getting picked off because they were trying to make plays further down towards monitors, further up through mid, through ticket? It's just not something you often want to see when you're already given so much free space. So could be something to look at there if you're Mont when it comes to polishing up that aggressive defense that's finding success. But on offense, we need to see something a little bit more diverse than 5-man hitting in through mid.
Yeah, exactly. And also hitting it through B. I feel like that A push could have been so good for them if they tried it a little bit more and just polish it like what you mentioned. And unfortunately for them, it was just only the first few rounds that was the advantage. And so far, we're going to control and a possible 3-0 in order. And you were correct, actually. I thought it was going to be a little bit harder for S&D, but no, it was a breeze.
Not done yet.
Yeah.
Oh, for the search?
For the search,
yeah. It's just, I expect that the team that has the players like these guys do, experience-wise, new map is added to the pool. You've got 2 full calendar years of old Call of Duty to go back and watch and pick up strats. And it feels like they were not just able to do that, but also their awareness on, okay, this is going wrong, how do we fix it? It was also there. Thing is, can we see that from Mont? Because after the takeoff hardpoint, we saw one layer of what needed to be, you know, to use the Shrek reference, an onion. We need to see multiple layers of holding, setting up, getting the kills needed, and then exiting to rotate. That is something that actually still has to happen here on Crossroads Strike. You cannot just play one side of the map. You're going to get spawn trapped. You're going to get pushed around. So for Mont, we need to see them come out with some sort of tempo, especially considering what happened on takeoff in our opening respawn.
Let's see if Mont is just not a one-trick pony here in that S&D. And now Crossroads Strike, definitely exclusive. This is going to be their playground. They were able to convincingly get it in champion balance, get such huge kills already.
You cannot allow Balance to stay up here. You have to get him out of this position. He is just going to watch players respawn. As soon as the alarm bells ring, Balance can make plays like this. A good opportunity for Mont to clear. Still not enough vacancy to get on towards either zone yet, but they're feeling out the map, and actually battling back here towards top rafters. A chance to possibly get yourself on both zones at the same time, but exclusive clear B, and now their eyes off spawn head over towards A for the retake.
Oh, this is going to be huge for Champy. Already here for that spawn trap and the possibility for him to get a lot of those kills and the information down for his team, and that's going to be uncomfortable if you're going to be Mont. And so far, speaking of the man himself, he's going to be getting a lot of these kills, and we already mentioned it so many times here in this broadcast. Every time here in Crossroads Strike, you need to find a way to get that catwalk, because if you lose that situational awareness, you will lose the spawn.
So many Cold War maps are in, and for those that watch the traditional multiplayer, the one word that was used more often than anything else on broadcast was the words power position. That is everything, and so far Balance is putting on a clinic of where to go, when to go, and how to use it. Clean. from the side of Exclusive. 1-0 start. No worries, no problems. Hakuna Matata go to round 2.
Champy did not die. He was just there the entire time.
Having fun.
And also, I haven't seen The Lion King in so long, so I tried to follow up with that, but I apologize.
Vortex rifle out. Not going to do too much besides just kind of embellish the choke point here at mid. Doesn't work out, though, for Exclusive. Mott, not bad here whatsoever defensively. They're working on every side of the map pretty cleanly. And Exclusive are kind of needing a spark to get on, and the Predator missile kind of forces players right into the waiting arms of Neil, who doubles down, and now there's a chance for Neil to get some space here at Garage. Shut down by Petronix, but still an opportunity for Exclusive to at least try to stop the clock as they kind of toggle in between the A site.
So far, Mont doing a phenomenal job at keeping their numbers at bay, and also for Fahim is actually going to be doing huge kills, especially there by Catwalk. That's going to be huge for... Man, what did we just see?
Veer was like, I don't know if I should no-scope you, pistol you. Hard to say. Caught in the gray matter, and with that, 20 plays 12. Mont has put together a very formidable defense to this point, and Exclusive, I think I'm starting to say, all right, let's calm down, have a little kumbaya and get things going, and they do. 32 seconds is where it'll stop. Progress on A being made, and the kills have now all of a sudden gotten us closer to level terms while Mont is playing for the retake.
Mont's so good when it comes to creating that space, and you get to see that play number 5. That's going to be Etsy, only with 2 to his name, though, but going to be in a really good position to try and spawn trap as well, and that allows just Fahim to go around the map and just take that spawn control, and now that's going to be a really huge push coming in from him.
Veer, why are we still sniping on offense? Put it away. I don't know. I always have something against sniping in
offense
and small map respawns.
Oh.
Just generally small map respawns. Because we know we can do it. I mean, we saw him literally take off, literally take over. So.
Well, I feel like for me, it just feels really good to snipe on a mobile phone.
That's fair.
It's the reaction time is just so quick. You can just be so formidable with that, and I feel like you need to smoke this person just right now, and obviously Veer having a pretty good time with 12 kills to his name.
Yeah, opening break off here for the side of Mont, not working out all that well. Purifier in play for balance. He takes care of Fahim, who was wielding the Sparrow. So as far as operator efficiency is concerned, aces is what it turns up for Exclusive. Actually, every single kill in the feed right now for Exclusive has been by way of an operator. So really, if you really wanted to reevaluate, Mont do a pretty solid job of surviving through this. Just down 5 lives. They do lose a lot of time on the clock, but they've worked out a spawn, and there's still a chance to hold the clock at 55 seconds.
They're able to stop the push coming from Exclusive. That was heavy utility coming in from Exclusive as well, and I feel like it's because they're using Purifiers in such a long range, and they just lost it. So far, first tick of progress down coming in from Mont. That's going to be huge for them. Only 2 lives in between, and they're able to manage. They're able to adapt, but Creed is in a really good spot right now to get it from the LK24. Going to be a huge beamer coming in from across the map.
Veer is still kind of positioned over the top of the other zone. So Exclusive do have kind of a feel as far as where exactly Mont are trying to hit from. It's kind of both at the same time, if we're being honest. Creed up top does see Fahim down low. Help from Veer to take him out of the picture. 13 plays 10. 43 seconds on the clock, but oh, how about it? Jay-Say, Petronix a chance to still keep the clock stalled out, and now we got a second tick of progress on the way over here at A. Balance off the flank will get 2. That will clear things out, and Jay-Say falling by barrels means Fahim is the last one standing with a chance to try to continue this offensive round.
Man, it's just so hard as Balance is just doing a phenomenal job of trying to go in for that defense here in Alpha. Second tick of progress down though for both, so that's going to be huge for them, and they can still win when it comes to those objectives down. Even though it's going to be a 4 and 8 situation, they're still winning off the gunfights. Exactly, not just that. Petronix and Jay-Say also have operators to play with.
6v3 would still be a heroic play. On the clock, does not fully get pushed over the edge. Exclusive get the last couple of kills needed, but boy, that got closer than you would have liked, I think, if you're Exclusive, especially considering that off the break-off, you spent 4 operators trying to dominate the round, and you barely survived through it. So now you have to ask the question, how do you crack the code on the offensive side for both teams? Obviously, the onus towards Exclusive on their second attack with no operators available right off the rip. You expect Mont to come out swinging. But they're actually giving away a lot of space here. Exclusive with a Garage takeover side. Champion looking to follow up, does get a couple of trades. Patronix up top, wants the gunfight and wins it. Bold challenge, but it works out.
It's gonna be huge, and now they're learning. Now they're trying to adapt, and so far, Jaysay wins a huge gunfight here by Catwalk. Jaysay again wins another huge gunfight here into the buildings, and that is what we needed to see coming in from Mod. So far, though, Exclusive is trying to get that second tick of progress here into Alpha, and there is no control whatsoever, no anchored point coming in from Exclusive.
They are going to get the second tick of progress. Third being worked on. Champy, big 1v1 on the ZZ. Allows a chance for this still to possibly be worked on. Balance, stepping forward towards the defensive spawn, trying to catch some of the bot players off guard. Doesn't quite fully work out, but the extra 60 seconds is added. Champy takes the attention right down mid lane over towards B. And to be fair, Mon is actually giving away a lot of space here at the moment. You do have one player deep trying to set up the spawn trap. That's Fahim, but he is on an island by himself and will very wisely back up to play his life as we go to a 19-play 17, minute 50 on the clock.
That's going to be a huge spawn trap coming in from Fahim, and the fact that he was able to go back just a tiny bit to save his life, that's going to be huge, and not giving away his position. And he's still on a spree, but just as I said, that gets taken out by Champion. Neil having a beautiful two-piece. Not just that, able to get the Annihilator kills, but ZZ is going to be having a big kill, just denies that.
Balance dominating it towards mid with the Purifier. Exclusive, winning the map where they need to most. Doesn't matter about the zone when you had a minute and 55 seconds on the clock. So now they can just do it by what is more convenient, kills or control zone. And it looks like they want to go for the former. Everything connecting right now for Exclusives as they nearly double up on the life count of Mont. They only have Fahim with an operator available. You got to work your way out of spawn here. The offense putting on a punch as Mont are down to their final lives. Fahim Sparrow is out, trying to save the day, but there's still so much clock available. Exclusive could just play trades, and that is exactly what they'll do. Creed, whoa, trying to get the last kill, not gonna work out. Jaysay last one left as Monter already leaving the lobby, and it's a Pred missile to put it home. 3-1 on the map, 3-0. Casual.
Series. So far, so good from a lot of the teams that we expected to just absolutely work it. But I feel like this Mon team, there's something special about them in those certain moments, especially in that S&D. Yes, it wasn't as doable, it wasn't as formidable as we thought into the past, but I feel like just a little bit of tweaking, they might be a really good team going into the later days, but obviously back to the drawing board for them.
I think it's one of those things that you're going to learn a lot, I think, out of the VOD from this series if you're Mon. And hopefully, if you're listening, you're able to pick up on some of the things that we're talking about to see if they will improve as we continue forward. Because at the moment, it does feel like they've got an idea as far as what they want to do. It just comes down to how do we actually do that, especially when I think, you know, again, if you're stacking the cards, their deck is a little bit shorter than I would say a team like Exclusive, who do have, I think, more individual raw talent. And there's going to be some instances where a skill gap is going to be a detriment towards being able to take down a team like Exclusive. But I think as a squad, there's plenty of things to look at in this series and say, we can use this one thing, translated across all of our hard points, and hopefully come out on top of other squads.
So kind of what we had expected as far as the scoreline goes, but also what we had expected when we were talking about using this first week as an opportunity for some of those teams to take away a lot and adjust their gameplay moving forward for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no question. They looked really solid in a number of instances. I was really excited when I saw them go up 3-1 in the search and destroy. I was like, I'm going to be able to make Shift eat his words. And then they threw away the rest of the rounds for the entirety of it. I was like, oh, better luck next time.
Well, you know, they'll be able to go again tomorrow as we get different matchups going on. But at the end of match number 3 means it's time for another short break from us. And when we come back, the final match of the day between Animus and Panic. You're not going to want to see how, you're not going to miss how this entire day closes out after all action we've had today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting, you hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane, stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission, I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are almost done with the first day of our challenge season for EU. We've got one more match still to go to close out the entire day, and that's going to be between Animus and Panic. Let's talk about it a little bit, okay? Because potentially the one that won't be the 3-0, Mommy?
A lot of people are pegging this series to be a possible 3-1. Still to the favor of Animus, though, but a lot of people were surprised that they were brought down to the lower bracket. But obviously, 117 Not Found is a formidable team, and not surprised that they're going to be here. But again, that's going to be a huge pickup, though, coming in from Panic, getting Afer on their team.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be talking about that as we move into the rosters. But before we get to Panic's roster, we're going to start with Animus's roster first and talk about them here.
I think the thing with Animus is you've got two very solid, legitimate players in the form of Narcs, who last year I always said it's the Narcs effect. He's going to single-handedly win maps, and Gwithilla. The thing, though, here is you've got Shark in the mix. Now, we already kind of mentioned a little bit like Drari. He may not be eligible to play from Belgium. We're not really sure what's up with that. And you're missing out on a huge X factor in Drari. But I still think the core five of what we saw play during the final moments of Stage 3 when they qualified are better than the results that came against them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of it comes from who's going to be like the lowest common denominator. And for the most part, that was Boot. He had a lot of maps where he did not look good at all. And honestly, Narcs was significantly less consistent than we had become accustomed to seeing in the past. So I think those are two players that absolutely have to step up in this one, because they cannot have those type of performances and expect to get a win against a team like Panic that has had big upgrades.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that Panic roster. Speaking of the upgrades that both now you and Mommy have mentioned, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, obviously, Afer has been a phenomenal player. He was on that Zidium roster, I believe. Yep. And realistically, I think he was too good to be on that Zidium roster. So I'm glad that he's found a team. I was curious about whether or not Slayer was going to be joining this squad. He has as well, and he has long been one of the top players in Europe. Add on top of that, Yaya, former player for Nova, and then Onur, who really stepped things up in the past year. I think the combination of those four players and either Bison or Caprong stepping up, I think this is going to be a Panic squad that is going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, roster mania to be sure with this team. We'll have to see what they can do now up against Animus. Like you mentioned earlier, Mommy, that was a team when we watched those open finals that just had an unlucky first match that dropped them down into that lower bracket. Definitely not indicative of their skill.
I mean, speaking of unlucky, Panic also going to be a little bit unlucky because they used the banned item, and that's why 31er was just able to capitalize on that DQ and was able to 3-1 Panic all the way into the lower bracket. And hopefully this time around, they're going to be a little bit more mindful as to what not to use this time.
And then do you think that there will be any maps or specific modes that will, when we see these picks and bans pop up, that will benefit Panic in this matchup?
Older maps, the better. Flat out. Play maps that you know for a fact that all 5 players competed on throughout the majority of last year, and that's exactly what we've got. I think doing Summit, again, we don't know who picked what here, but Summit Hardpoint, I actually love that for this Panic squad, because we know exactly that Afer, he wants to run around, he wants to shoot everything, he's going to have a chance to do that there. Slums for the Search and Destroy is also a very one-dimensional map. We only see one of the two sites really be used more often than not, so I think that that is also going to simplify the playbook for Panic. This is a great map set for Panic, I think.
Yeah, no question about it. It's a lot that these players are going to be comfortable with. The only thing that they're kind of unexpected as far as the map pool goes is going to be that Express Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
That has been a place where Animus looked very, very shaky. Not only the Search and Destroy, but especially the Express Search and Destroy. The fact that they almost lost an Express Search and Destroy to a Mont team that just got completely steamrolled on it against what I would say is a weaker team and exclusive as well. That's definitely a thing that Animus is not going to be excited for, and I think at bare minimum could force a map 5.
Okay, well, it's time for me to send you guys over there so we can jump into this last match. But I'm putting it on the record that Mommy's disagreeing over here, okay?
What?
Some disagreements. We can talk about it while you migrate.
That's great, because her mic's about to be muted, so now we can absolutely
Summit is not going to be
dominate.
good for Panic.
You don't think so?
Animus has a 100% win rate on Summit so far.
Yeah, it's just one map.
No, it's stage 3 up against 117 in Viva Grass.
That's just one map.
Wow.
It's two.
I don't care.
No, but it's only one map in the series. That's my thing. Like, you can have one really good map, but that's the thing that a lot of these teams bank on. Okay, well, if they don't, they have what, 2 hardpoint maps they can play? Oh, if they ban this one, we play the other one. That still only gives you 1 hardpoint map. You still have to play the rest of the series afterwards. So
You're just as smart as you are handsome.
Oh, thank you. That's too kind.
And you're very handsome.
Oh, that's even kinder.
Let's get into it. Let's see what happens. Summit for map number 1. Animus, Panic. Should be a tight one on paper. Bison also win. We kind of were wondering who was going to be the one stepping in. So now we know exactly what this roster is going to look like. Any thoughts on, picking one over the other as far as the roster change is concerned?
Not particularly, just because both players were very new to me as far as the EU competitive scene goes. So I kind of figured it was in my book, it was a coin flip, and it's going to be IQ to come out guns blazing right here. Obviously, those 2 pickups, Afer and Slayer, 2 players to watch. I think especially Afer, who stepped up big time last year. Come stage 5, he was a phenomenal piece. And I think Panic's showing it right here off the start, 20-point lead.
Yeah, looking nice for it. Lots of high ground control also coming through. Narcs trying to change things, though, over the top of the hard point. Wins a 1v1 to start earning some time for Animus. You've got Panic trying to work their way back in and around the hard point simultaneously. It's working out for him. A little bit of forced by numbers coming through as the overwhelming pressure does eventually collapse onto Animus, who do give up the break. 10 seconds of scrap time, then we'll head back over to platform.
Well, it's a pretty solid start, about as good as you could ask for. Obviously, over on the flip side, we got a couple players that have stepped up big time for Animus, Shark and Gothillia. I would say two of the strongest players that we saw in all of Stage 3. They have been carrying the load. The question has been, can the rest of the squad step up? Right now, Rasmo off to a sluggish start. Got to get going. Yaya wins a big one on the inside of the hard point. You want to get as much time as you can here, but priority number one, trying to flip those spawns so you can be toward green to have that early P3 control.
Don't want to get too passive here, though, if you're Panic. Need to also make sure you're in a place to contest the hard point, and they will get their numbers back up to do just that. Animus changing the tide, though. Now looking forward. Not quite able to connect there as Rasmo up top. Follow-up coming through. Gothilla with the trade. Not fully. Finally finishes his food. But the hard point stays neutral for now. Afer down low. Getting a double, but can't do any more than that. Leaving it to Yaya to pick up where he left off. Good first on the way. War Machine earned early. And how about Yaya gets the work? Blowing up everything in front of him. Shark still in his way. It's hard to land a grenade on that little crosswalk. And that would be enough for the shutdown to come through. And us at nearly a tie game, rotating over to Gondola.
Well, Panic do a phenomenal job, in spite of the amount of time they gave up right there, of maintaining those early spawns toward P3, and they have a nasty setup covering all three lanes. There is no easy point of entry right now for Animus, and nobody contested the point. Afer can just sit back and lay on the ground as long as he wants to, as long as his teammates are winning those gunfights, and Slayer's doing that to a T. It is going to be light work for him on the inside. They do finally challenge, and not really an ideal spot to call it a Purifier. They break through the front side and might be able to find some big chunk time right here, even without finding the break.
Just a little bit too late of the trigger for not just the Purifier, but also the Claw gets shut down. It's a solo play from Shark that completely changes the tides. The Sparrow allows an opportunity for the break and the flip to come through. A lot of time still to fight for here as well, and Panic are going to give it up completely, allowing a free exit as well. This is a big moment for Animus to try to take advantage to go scrap to initial.
And I understand, this is something I talk about all the time when we watch somebody at hardpoint. I understand rotating out early, you want to be in a good position heading over to P4. But the teams that do it with 20, 25 seconds left,
time.
You're allowing the other team an opportunity to break before the new hardpoint has even popped, and it puts you in such a dangerous spot. They lock in the spawn control for right now. It is going to be big gunfights on the backside for Bison. But the question is, how much time can you get out of it, allowing that much push up early in the hardpoint?
Duns flashes do land. Yaya, Slayer, Afer, Core 3 SMGs getting to work. Ono trying to work his way back through Snowpath. Doesn't quite get onto the hard point with any significant pressure, but he does open the door, and Yaya shuts it right back in Animus's face. Boot trying to thread the needle with this War Machine. Eventually does connect, but he's shut down, and the hard point stays heavily mixy as Panic continue to try to battle with these proximal spawns, but they'll lie able to get a nice double at the Holger on the way in, and then follows up to help out Narks for a third. Bison not going to give up on the play, though. Again, the proximal spawn's working out, and Panic can still fight for the scrap time.
And they've done a really good job of breaking back in on a hard point that we've seen a lot of full 60s on throughout Stage 3. So they end up giving it back the opposite way. Animus will pick up the scrap time right here, but it is going to be Animus with the lead heading back into P1. Rasmo is just really rocking with the kilo, and maybe this is not the map for it. 7 kills on the board. You've got to get going. Shark, as expected, absolutely frying, but a little bit lagging behind. Couple players on the squad, Narks along with him.
The difference right now that we're seeing is, simply put, Panic's early rotation kind of costing them a chance on the fourth hard point, because they are technically outslaying Animus at the moment by numbers. Outside of the fact that Shark has had a couple of pop-off moments, Animus have been tested. Owner takes care of the second floor play. Narks down low, getting back to work with what he had done the last time we were here. Able to only get one for the moment, but it does allow an opportunity for Animus to still soak up some needed time. Panic with a couple of nice kills, at least trying to get themselves the numbers, but the follow-up, too good. Narks is playing with his food, and Yaya gets completely crossed up. Animus holding out a significant time here on the first.
And it feels like the momentum is starting to build here for Animus. A little bit of a slow start, but especially once they hit that flip on the P3 spawns, they have been in the driver's seat, no question about it. Looks like close to a full 60 here on P1, which is no easy task. But right now, IQ trying to stop the bleeding. Looks like they're rotated well into the high ground right here in a solid setup over toward P2, but you got to win some of those bottom side gunfights, and fortunately for them, Narcs can't connect there.
And all the 1v1s trying to stretch across the map also get shut down, so now Animus a lot in front of them, both for the new hard point eventually, 45 seconds, but also the current one as they continue to just reap from around the hard point. Claw out, Slayer, get into work, but it's a Sparrow that ends up shutting him down. Shark, this is his second already at 27 kills. And Animus, well, they're putting their foot down. War Machines, Vortex Guns, Annihilators. It's just a buffet line of operators right now for Animus.
And that is a full wipe and an easy one at that. Gothillia still has the Annihilator to work with as well. Boot's gonna drop the Pred, and they are in a prime position to flip those spawns. They do exactly that, and now the only player in position to contest is gonna be Afer. He wins the initial gunfight, and it looks like he's going to be able to lock down that backside for a little bit. But they desperately need a full 60 right here, and he has a big task ahead with the amount of Animus players pushing up.
We're still out of contest yet. The third hard point has yet to fully unlock, so the spawns are not necessarily fully in yet for Panic. He does get blessed. A teammate does pop up next to him. That's Yaya, but you can see both players low on health. Have to wait for the regen. Rasmo holding them back. But Panic, a couple of kills as the reinforcements start to make their way over. This is taking a lot of time, but no, that's clean. Afer up to his 20th kill, 3 in a row, starting to earn towards streaks.
Well, that's a solid lockdown, and right now all you can do is hope to string together these hard points if you are Panic. Afer just cannot connect through the smoke right there, and Animus still breaking in through the front side. I don't know if you guys know how difficult that is to do. But man, they have been so good here in the Summit hardpoint. It is going to be Panic breaking back in, and a very early rotation once again, opening up an opportunity for Panic to see if they can break this early on.
True test right here though for Panic to see if this new squad is calming well together, as they need to hit this together. You have to try to pick up these kills on one side of the map or the other. Get a spot to actually spawn up. Old hardpoint expires 206, 124. New hardpoint opens in 5. Animus still locked down on the spawns, but Slayer's playing forward, waiting for help. Very wisely holds his life. Yaya trying to get there, not able to, but Slayer, has he been able to sniff his way on in? He gets one from behind, turn that into a second, but Animus pick him up. The trades are in, and now Narc's got a purifier.
Spawns don't flip out off of that break, so once again, Animus in prime position to find a W in this one. Purifier's gonna pop for Narcs. Took a little bit to get going, but once he did, he has been in full force here. And right now, only 20 seconds needed for Animus to lock this one down. We do find a break, or at least a contest on the hard point, but there are a lot of operators out. Big opportunity for Afer as he finds the full break, but you have got to play perfect hard point the rest of the way through.
Can still lock things down. Boot tries to give it a go. Shut down. Be careful here. Afer could possibly start to earn up some key streaks. Problem has been Panic has not necessarily done that well as we head back over towards, the free camp points it perfectly, back towards main control. Here comes Panic on the exit. Narc's on, same position he's always played. Backside PC, Shark working with them. First kill good. Bison able to kind of work his way in, but they're still holding onto a nasty heady. Animus have a chance to continue to find the kills they need. Only 14 seconds away from winning map number 1.
Oh, Noor, you've got to connect on one of those. Rasmo's gonna hop to the top side, shuts down one with the claw in hand, but Slayer is there to fire back. Panic break for the time being, but you've got to get every second possible, and they hop off the hard point when there's nobody in there. You give away 3 of those last 8 seconds needed for Animus, and just like that, they win the gunfights. Panic with an opportunity to close that gap even more, and a big misplay.
Here's the thing, and I'm gonna call it, I don't do math very well. I'm no math, I'm a scientist, but I guarantee you look at the scoreboard, the kill dispersion between both teams is gonna be very tight. Problem is, this Panic team is new-ish when it comes down to them playing together, and it was the moments that you needed to see good IGL and good decision-making come through that they missed out on. And yeah, you can kind of see, I mean, 45 for Shark, that's a whale of a game, not a Shark of a game.
225 in the hard point.
Yeah, give this guy a triple-double while you're at it. But on the other side, I mean, outside of that being the only anomaly, everybody else is pretty even. In fact, more often than not, I mean, the 16 kills from Narcs is beat by the 17 kills from Owner. This is a tighter kill dispersion than you would have thought considering the scoreboard. It just came down to Animus played the map better as a squad.
Yeah, no question about it. They, I mean, maybe some questionable plays rotating as early as they did, but they didn't give up any breaks off of those early rotations. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really hurt you at all. And if you can make that happen, if you can find those perfect holds, then as long as it works for you, don't fix it. But it was, it was looking a little dicey off the start, but once they got locked in, they were in full force.
And it's a map like Summit. It always happens between 3 and 4. That's where we always see the first difference maker. First 2 hard points, very mixy, very 50-50. The third, whoever gets that side for the spawns typically comes away the victor, 40 seconds plus. But when we started to see that rotation come through between the third and the fourth, and we still saw Animus on top, that's when you start to shake in your shoes a little bit. So some things to work on there for the hardpoint, but you know, to give credit to Animus, we know that they're going to be a great hardpoint team. It just comes down to, will they be able to kind of keep themselves together when Panic starts to run at them in the search and destroy, which I fully expect them to do.
And more specifically, we knew they were going to be a good Summit hardpoint team. Yeah. It's going to be a completely different question whether or not they can execute that way on the other hardpoint maps as well. So heading here into the Slum Search and Destroy, like you said, very, very one-sided. It's going to be all over on that B side. Big question, who can take the mid-map control early on? Rasmo with the sniper in hand is going to do his best to control that long lane. Looks like Boot going to get pushed up early, and this is a nasty spot to deal with if you're IQ.
Yep, and Panic need to get a read on it, and Boot actually just kind of catches timing. Shark tried to do the exact same thing through mid, which it does work out. 3-for-1 goes the exchange, favoring Animus, so now it's just down to Yaya and Afer on the A side of the map. I was really hoping I was going to get a crossbow. I would have.
He did it in stage 3.
I think
he will do it. I don't think it'll be this round. But. Right now, Afer playing the waiting game. Looking surprisingly good given the start of this round, and Yaya's got 2 to his name. He's got the bomb in hand as well, and looking like we might actually see an A push. That's kind of a once a map opportunity. But he is going to get spotted out by Boot right there, and that should be the information they need to lock down the round right here. Unless we see a God tier outplay out of IQ. Yaya hitting a little wrap right here. He might be able to sneak away.
I think he has, yeah. I mean, Boot put himself in a perfect spot to stop the A hit. Panic, to be fair, in this 2v4, have played it very wisely, just waiting for rotations from Animus. Hold the phone. 2v2. Guathilla on the barrel. No, you're not going to beat him from that position. So now it's just down to 1. Afer for the 1v2. He was special on the hard point, but he's going to have to be Herculean here, try to take this first round.
He might be able to get the timing to go his way. Spots out Narc, slide the corner, doesn't realize there's one behind the bomb. Hetty, though, nearly did the impossible, but Guathilla, right place, right time, and Animus take round 1.
A little closer than you would have liked to see. A little pressured out.
A little bit.
But I will say, kind of, again, we saw Boot get aggressive, got up towards top stairs. Shark did the same up through mid. You cannot allow that to continue to be the case for Panic. It's just so hard offensively to break through this line of scrimmage to give away that much space that early. Afer tries to get through the cover of smoke, but nope, it's Shark. Hunting, finding his first double, and the bomb is also dropped here at Graveyard.
Well, mid-map control has been everything so far, and it has been all Animus. Slayer's going to fire back. Does take down Boot right there. Big opening kill for their side, but still a lot of work to do. They've not been able to get pushed up at all, and unfortunately for them, the bomb is down once again in a terrible spot. They're going to have to clear out a lot of these Animus players to have a chance at retrieving it.
It should be collectible, but you're always going to be wondering if a sniper rifle's looking right at it.
Yep.
Chance here, Slayer connects with the car. Nade over the top hits Guathilla on the B site. That's gonna be enough to collect the bomb, and now you can start to reform for a 3v3. You know that Shark's nearby, but he catches timing. Good help from Bison. Keeps Slayer alive, if only just barely. And now from a 3v5 to a 3v2, Panic have a chance to open up onto B.
And there's 0 B presence right now. It's going to be Narc spotted out in the mid-map, and all down to Rasmo right here. A chance to the 1v3. Bison gets the bomb down.
The bomb has been planted.
You got one player top statue. Will Rasmo be able to spot him out? Will he be able to find a wall bang? Nothing connects right there. Now hitting the wrap back toward Garage. An opportunity where he might be able to spot out Onur, but he's on the opposite side of the statue. Yeah. So once again, forced to wrap even further.
And Onur just needs to keep his life and be the first point of contact. Like Bison be your clutch potential. Shots are out. Razmo's position's known. Bison finds the kill. Well done. And that's honestly, so almost like getting 2v4'd. And now from a 3v5, Animus need to take their advantages and just hold ground. They're getting too greedy and they're being punished for it.
Yeah, and I think Shark has done a phenomenal job with the First Bloods, but they've just had a difficult time knowing what to do coming past that. And a couple big snipes out of Slayer have played a big role. Razmo's going to be able to take down Bison with First Blood once again. And that hasn't been the issue for Animus. No. It's just been a question of whether or not you can capitalize on the life advantage that you have. Right now, only one player here to defend over on A. Slayer looking to take him down.
Hoping and praying for lucky wallbang. Doesn't quite work out. Jump peek doesn't quite also spot out number 5. That's Shark, who's changed up his defensive position. And Narks from mid-statue. No worries there. Watching the cross through the hole in the wall. Animus, they have, I think, learned from their lesson here. No one's getting too greedy. This player even 2-1-2 split. Force Panic to make the mistakes.
And there's Afer finding another snipe. It's been at that 3-5 advantage that usually Panic finds a way to sneak back in. And wow, Afer nearly connects through the wall right there, but I don't think Shark's peeking out from that bomb anytime soon. It's got Razmo for support as well. And right now, Panic forced to take a different route. They're going to wrap back on over to B. One player here, Scathelia waiting, but he's got a Holger and a Bomb Heady to work with, and this is not going to be an easy push. He relays that information and should find reinforcements, but Afer off the Bomb Heady as clean as can be.
Again, Boot should have heard that full rotation. He was playing in the tight corner, and once again, Panic is getting away with murder. Shots come through. Shark gets one over the top of the bomb site. Could potentially try to hop this. It's a 2v2. Playing on opposite sides of this bomb site. Onur looking for Razmo. There's a slide. What a shot from Onur. But the bomb's being held. Shark's holding it. No one checks it. And what a call from Shark. Getting on it saying, tell me if you want. Pros don't fake.
Pros do not fake. Huge, huge diffuse right there, and it looked like another round slipping out of the hands of Animus. Once again, even when they're winning the rounds, they should be ending a lot earlier than they are, and maybe getting a little overzealous off those First Bloods that they've been able to find in this one. Scathelia through the smoke, able to connect for one onto Afer, but 2 players have dropped already for Animus.
I love this for Panic. Change the tempo up. Animus has gotten maybe too comfortable as far as how freely they've taken over the middle of the map. Not this time. You know someone's going to drop. Maybe a couple of players will fall. But Panic, they make the call. It works out for him. And now Yaya's got a very early plant. First time we'll see Animus try to play retake. And they've got 2 scopes with Quathilla on an AR. And Yaya is just not moving. And, oh, even his toes are being covered by the pallets.
It's a question of how patient can he be, and the answer is as patient as he needs to be. Takes one down, does get traded by Quathilla right here. The round's not over, but Animus have to work quickly, and clearing out that backside's not going to be easy. Gotta think they're not gonna make that same mistake again, but Narks finds a way to make him pay. Bison fires back, but the defuse goes through. Quathilla, back-to-back rounds. Animus find a way to take the Ninja Defuse.
Brother, are you kidding me? Holy mind games.
Defend the objective.
Wow. This guy's got cojones.
He does?
6. And that's the thing about this, like your post plant cannot just be through garage. You have to try to work through mid. So a small misstep for Panic again. It's been in the late stages of these rounds. Boot, oh, he's looking for more here. He can't afford to go here. You have to go 1 for 2. Sees the shadow nearby, steps away for a moment. Quathilla nearby, and Boot, oh, doesn't even get the first. Not great news here. Quathilla, the last one left. He gets traded out. And now it's just down to Razmo with a sniper rifle and the GS try to rotate over.
Both teams trying to see who can waste more First Bloods. IQ, get the bomb down again. Razmo, okay, I was going to say maybe too much trigger discipline. Bison makes him pay, but the barrel did get spotted around the corner, and he was one no-scope away from a big mistake. Panic do keep things close right here, and you can tell this is one that, assuming IQ feels as good on the defense as they do the offense, has got to be looking like it's going down to the wire.
I think so. Different setup this time. Full heavy stack for Panic offensively, focused on this mid-cross with eyes towards A. Rasmo trying to snipe through Graveyard. He's going to be late to this angle. Shark playing an off angle up close and personal on the shops in front of the site. Oh, and a hit marker from Narks. And all of a sudden, Panic, they know for a fact that Narks is sniping through statue. Do they have an answer for it this time, though?
Ooh, and that wallbang was dangerously close. Not quite going to connect. Bison's going to be able to take down Rasmo, and just like that, man advantage for IQ. Have not been able to capitalize for the most part so far, but Yaya sneaks through. Looked like he had the angle, but Shark plays the heady better, and that's 2 in a row for Animus.
That's the bomb down 2. Tough scenes now for Panic. Since you have to play this as a 3v4 TDM because the objective is kind of out of the question right now. Not a gunfight that A4 wants, but one that Slayer chooses to try to take. Does not connect. It looks like Animus will be good for a 4-2 half. A4 1v4, and he is stuck. Not just up a creek, we'll say up the Mississippi without a paddle or a boat.
That was a
life jacket.
That felt a little over-aggressive out of Slayer. Maybe getting a little impatient with the kills not coming through so far, but this is just not a team that you can afford to not play smart against, and not play fundamentally sound. Animus will make you pay, and even though the Search and Destroy has not looked like their best game mode, they look very comfortable here in the Slum Search.
Yeah.
And flipping over to the offensive side, we'll see if that continues.
Small things in a number of those first 6 rounds, but like you mentioned, we swapped the sides. Rasmo, first blood. Animus looking to make their way through smoke, right on in towards mid. It is wide open. I mean, hello?
What?
Panic doesn't even make their way through trash. They just give up the middle of the map for free? This better be the most exquisite retake I've ever seen on Slum Search and Destroy coming up.
They just look terrified. I don't. They're not peeking anything. They have no map control, and like you said, the retake's got to be perfect. Bison misses the no-scope, and he just looks lost. 2 players remain right here, Slayer and Owner, trying to make something, but Gathilia sneaks right on up the bomb site, does get traded out, but Shark is there, and a clean round for Animus as they look to be gaining momentum and wanting to end this one early.
Yeah, that's a tough opening defensive look right there for Panic. Double scope set up, but none of them get in towards Fountain. Nades didn't even look like they really stopped the choke point pushes at all. Tough to see. And once again, no one really sneaks in towards mid. A4 tries to get towards B, but backs away from it. And once again, full map control is given to Animus. First blood good though for Bison, through mid, Yaya, double chow, but he's got good support and the trades come through. Animus maybe trying to bite off more than they could chew.
Well, Gathilia, whoa, he was like a millisecond away. I thought the bomb went down over on A for sure, but he's gonna go ahead, pick it back up, and now hoping to get somebody to overchow, but Anor's gonna be able to take down Shark, does get traded out. It would be a 1v4 for Gathilia if he can make it happen. Spot Slayer around the corner, but the hit marker connects, and that should be enough as Slayer re-peaks right there. And at least a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of a weight off your shoulders for Panic.
And that's just one of those rounds that Animus are going to look back on and say, what the heck were we doing? We had everything. We had a free plant. We had full map control. Why are we pushing into trash like that? Mistakes. If they don't realize it's a mistake, I think we just told them it was a mistake, so they need to look. You can send the coaching bill in the mail. This time Panic gonna get Yaya forward, but he is tagged up by nades and will be pressured. Still gets one. Not the worst news in the world considering the circumstances, but once again, Panic have no way to contest this bomb plant.
Good patience by Narks. He takes down Bison on the leak through right there. Just like that, Animus back to the man advantage. Bomb goes down quickly. Player's gonna go ahead back up right here. One likely gonna hop back toward garage. No, they're going to play nice and up close.
Yeah.
And with the way they've been playing, not a bad move, but Slayer makes Rasmo pay right there. And with that, maybe a little bit more passive approaches. Narks is going to back up from that blue building. And right now, another kill comes through. And Panic with an opportunity to make this retake happen.
Boot only gets one. Down to Guathilla for the 1v2. Gets the first, that was real weak. Owner, doesn't quite catch him on the rotation. Time to come get the issue. 8 seconds, he's got to hop this sooner rather than later. And Guathilla's just throwing shoulders. Gets a lot of one taken off, but he will have the benefit of making his play on. It's not enough time to hit back onto the defuse. And well, Guathilla will also sacrifice himself in the name of body shots.
I don't know if that's the spot where you shoot bodies when you're down 6-3. You're down 1-0 in the series.
Defend the objective.
I hope for your sake it pays off, but that was, I don't know. I usually think of that as an assertion of dominance, and they have not looked dominant at all in this one.
Ooh, how about this? 5-man very early hit. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Shark is already through A. Unreal. I mean, what? And I think this right here is just the recency of this Panic roster not having the playbook figured out quite yet, because that is just getting away with murder. Yaya does get behind this. Hold on a second. Is he a sneaky ninja? No, he's not. Narcs will get the kill, and that'll be a 7-3 for Animus. Really, it's just the first 3 rounds that were shaky.
Yeah, it seemed like it was going to be a lot closer than it actually was, but I think once Animus got the momentum, I mean, like we talked about in the past, they're a very aggressive team. So when the aggression works out in their favor in the search and destroy, they capitalize in a big way. It's a question of if they're going against a team that knows how to make them pay, that's where things start to backfire. So anytime that you can make that happen, they did it, especially once they got on the offense, and there was really no counter out of that Panic squad. Like you said, the recency of the team, some recent roster changes, maybe causing some difficulty in that, but it was most certainly the Animus show in the second half of that one.
Oh, 100%. And outside of the couple of miscues that Animus had in the first 3 rounds, you could have maybe labeled the vast majority of their round wins were very, very convincing. But the thing is, for Panic, as the more recent team, it's easier for us to say where the mistakes were made. You did force a lot of uncomfortable situations to Animus, so at least there's that going for you from the offensive side in particular. Yeah, they need to look at their post plant setup, especially when they successfully get the bomb down at B. You can't let someone sneak a defuse on you twice. Yeah, that's just inexcusable. But defensively, to not even have a default setup ready to go, that raises a lot of concerns. Like, not just question marks, those are exclamation points like, you know, like Metal Gear Solid, like alert systems, like what's happening? How do we not have anything figured out yet?
Yeah, and especially to have like non-existent mid-map, like nobody's even trying to push up. It's not that you're like pushing up and they're making you pay. You just don't even make an attempt. Like at that point, it feels like you've already given up the round in a big way.
I agree. So with that, Animus find themselves very comfortably up 2-0 with the Control now coming up. That's going to be played on Standoff, which obviously is a map that we all love dearly. But Control plays very differently than what we normally saw it on last year, which of course was Hardpoint, Search, and Destroy. So for Animus, you have some breathing room. You already took down Summit. We already talked about their success that they've had there before. They looked comfortable on it. There was a team diff there, even though the kill speed was pretty tight between both squads. This is not one of those maps, though. They need to find a way to really assert dominance if they want to make a claim for an early possible favorite to kind of, you know, nix what happened to them during the qualifiers and become a major threat in Europe again.
Yeah, no question. They've got the slaying power, but having Slayers in and of itself is not going to get you wins, especially at this level of competition. So they've definitely got to improve on the team plays that they're making. Hopefully they can do that here. It looks like, unfortunately for them, they are going to be on offense to start as well, which is going to be another strike against them, as Standoff traditionally for Control has been a very defensive-sided map. Animus getting pushed up early on right here, and a big task for Panic to try to break through and get some early time on this objective.
Oh, Slayer misses the first, hits the second, a little more difficultly. Third goes down. Okay, how about this? There is Narcs, who has pushed all the way through Grandma's. Oh my, okay, finally Afer does tally the kill. But he's killed off more than enough time for the defense to get back into position after the heroics started to come through for Slayer. And we have an early 24 playing 24, but Panic have had no success towards either zone yet.
Yep.
Another spawn trap.
The kills only get you so far. You need some map control, and they have not been able to log into any of that. Yaya trying to sniff out one. Shark is going to try to find trades off the deaths of Narcs, but not a whole lot of kills right now for Panic, and Gathilia is just going to make life miserable for them as long as he's on that tank heady. Yaya looking to push out, but that went lopsided real quick, as now only 20 seconds remaining, and Zero takes the progression.
Yeah, Panic's composure's out the window right now. Everyone's taking solo chals out of spawn. Wait. You have to wait for all of you guys to be up. You have to hit something together as well. There's just no way you trade out in time. 7 seconds on the clock. No one even close to a zone at the moment. And that will hold as the case as, nope, Yaya goes back into Cafe instead of trying to get over towards A. So the kills start to get tighter by the end, but once again, objective is the difference. Animus very comfortable. Doesn't even let Panic even touch the zone, I think, once.
No, and honestly, I don't hate that play out of Panic to just back up, licking your wounds, because you don't want to try to feed score streaks and operators over the opposition as well. They're going to see what they can do here on the defensive side. Slayer finds the opening once again, and he was looking solid off the start, but didn't maintain. And you're going to let Narcs all the way through. He's just running up the middle of the map. Nobody takes him down right there, and that is free access to this B zone that they've already got at least one ticket progression on.
You do have Cafe control though for Panic, so your threat towards A should not be all that significant. And the Bison will get to work clearing off the B zone. No worries, it was by himself. Okay, so small moment of pressure there, but Panic, they put together the response needed. And they actually have Animus kind of pinned out at the moment. Key 1v1s coming up for both sides here, as Animus will get out of spawn and look for some mid-map control, but Owner, well done. Takes down Rasmo, keeps mid-street to the name of Panic defensively, and yeah, kills continue to come through because of it.
Shark got a little bit lost in the sauce right there. Fortunately for Animus, Narcs pushing up, trying to apply some spawn control once again. If you're Panic, you've got to get him cleared out. He's gonna find one. Bison is pushed up to that tank heady, and it looks like they're gonna be able to get away. He's still up in that top factory area, and yet to be cleared out. If you're Panic, you're just gonna be constantly second guessing until you do that.
Yeah, that's the problem. 15 plays 18. Clock continues to tick though, as Panic defensively start to make their way back forward. Bison is actually gonna pull the Annihilator out here, trying to really put this defense over the edge as Shark once again gets on. Bison only gets a single kill with the Annihilator. A4 at least stops the transition over towards A, but B will have a second tick captured. Pred Missile gets called in as well. Lots of resources spent here for Panic, and it's still not out of the question yet here as Animus continue to find success back over towards B.
And Gothillia pops the Annihilator. They've still got 3 more operators to work with if they want them. Shark's gonna find one. Afer pushes through. That is a huge double with the Purifier. Looks like he's gonna be able to stay alive. Doesn't peek the corner right there. And if you can get this round along with forcing some operators out of Animus, this will be crucial. He's gonna get pushed way up. One player up in top factory that you still gotta deal with if you're Panic. But honestly, you can leave. They've only got 5 lives remaining. They only get one more push right here. If you're Panic, you gotta play TDM.
Yeah, they're on though. Second ticket progress is in. 4 plays 7. Afer on the back. Maybe has a chance to try to pinch this. Narcs inside. Takes the jump peek. Actually connects on Afer. He can't chow this. An extra 60 seconds looks good. 3v5 situation. Bison up top only gets the first. 2v4. Patience comes through for Animus though. They're gonna group up, play this together, and we're gonna get a 2v4 on B.
And realistically, I don't think Panic needed to throw that many lives at that A zone. Like, just sit back, play defense, watch B. But now it's down to a 2v2. I think there was a Hunter Killer, but I don't think there was any value out of it. So now Narcs gonna look to push out the back side. I think he's hoping that he has a smoke, but he doesn't, and he's able to slip through. Bison doesn't hit a shot right there. He repeats, you know he's in the building. They give away a life, and now down into the 3v2.
Hunter Killer drone also learned. Narcs will toss it over back factory. Pinch on the way. Afer takes a big first gunfight. And now they can play this one together. Narcs by himself. Does have a Purifier. He goes for it! Oh, but he doesn't burn down Yaya. It's a bold call. Doesn't work out. Regardless of the potential heroics, though, that was a very expensive defense for Panic.
It was, but I mean, yeah, on the flip side, you force Animus to use a lot of operators. That I respect the hero play out of Narcs. If it would have worked, everybody would have thought he was a genius, but it didn't work. So we're now into a tie game, 1-1 once again. And the starts of the rounds have looked stronger across the board for Animus, but a little bit of back alley control for Panic. Rasmo does connect for one trade right there. And not too many lives lost, but you have got to stop letting them put you in the spawn trap off the beginning of the round.
What are we hitting? That's the question, I think, if you're looking at this from Panic's perspective. And are we doing it together? Because at the moment we are not. Oh boy, Claw, Sparrow in the spawn. Oh boy. Rasmo gets caught. A couple of kills for Panic, allowed them an exit, kind of. Oh, never mind. Just never mind. Never mind at all. Shark. Still more. Oh, goodness. Takes himself out of the picture. The only one trading Shark is Shark. Goodness.
Oh, my gosh. He's having himself a day right now.
I'll say.
Panic is just not... They've looked lost on offense. even when they found those opening kills, there's always somebody sneaking through for Animus. And once that spawn trap pressure is applied, it just seems like they panic and can't find a way out. Like you said, so many solo chals and they get picked apart here. There's going to be a lot of utility that should be close to charging up for Animus, as it is 19-1 on the life count.
Here's the thing, Panic. Just play for grandma control. First and foremost, like all these attacks have been, we're going back alley through gas, or we're going all the way up towards the A bomb site. Don't do that. Just play for grandma's trials. Play smoke mid, get some good 1v1s, let the team trade, then make your move. It just feels like they're trying to take both zones at the same time right off the rip. So we swapped the sides. Panic, to be fair, did look better on defense. Narc's finessing. Goodness, how does he get away with that? Oh, goodness, how does he get away with that? Panic, able to at least put together a response, but once more, it's Squithil on the zone to stop the clock early.
It is kind of hard to believe that's an SMG.
I know, right?
That thing has a lot of range, my gosh. Does Narcs find a way to win that one too? He does?
Real, dude.
Oh my gosh, I mean, I don't think that the game's necessarily chalk, but if you're Panic, you've just got to lock in right here. So many of these gunfights just look terribly unserious. And right now, they are struggling up against the offensive pushes out of Animus right now. You get it. Afer Purifier right there takes down one. You need maximum value anywhere that you can, and the Purifier shut down immediately. That may spark the beginning of the end.
It does kill off a lot of clock, though. 30 seconds below that now on the scoreboard. Owner, trouble through tractor. Narcs. Dude, Narcs. What did this guy have for breakfast? He is slippery and sliding all around the map. Still alive. He gets his 20th elimination. He's got a chance to stop the clock at A. He's going to have to. 12 seconds on the clock. 1v1 with Bison that he takes. Narcs is not losing a gunfight. Yaya, next one up. Narcs on 1 HP. Stunned in the corner. Almost doesn't matter. But the defense still survives. Last 6 seconds, and Animus will not have a chance to do anything besides play for A.
Solid recovery out of Panic. Oh, we get a player on A, but capturing one objective might be possible. Capturing 2 objectives with 5 lives, basically impossible. Afer taken down right there. Yaya's there to wipe off any more progression, and the clock winds down. So if you're Panic, you get the round, but unfortunately now you have to go play offense.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. Just take Grandma's control, please. Play for Cafe, play for Grandma's. Get some control of the map. No? Okay. That's fine. We're just going to full flood gas. This doesn't
Back
work
alley
out.
or bust.
If this doesn't work, game's over.
Well, gonna pop. Couple annihilators there, and it's all Animus. Cathilia still has his, and there's the early spawn trap. Who could have seen that coming?
Yep. Narcs right back into position through A. Some space, though, for Panic to get out of spawn, but once again, where are we hitting and how are we hitting it? Oh, chaos ensues through smoke, and it's mostly Animus that come out on top. Rasmo secures the trade. Stuns will only do so much to impede the defense from continuing to reap into the offensive spawn, and once more, Grandma control goes over to Animus, and yeah.
If you're Panic, you still got 2 operators to work with. You got to make something out of it. And then you got to get Narcs cleared out of this blue building, which they have not been able to do really all game long. Rasmo pops the claw. Only going to be able to find 1 there, but Slayer gets shut down with his as well. Still Onur and Yaya yet to use theirs, but the lives dwindle once again. And just not the slightest glimmer of hope on the offensive side for this Panic squad.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that as soon as they feel the spawn traps on the way, everyone panics. Not to be making wordplay out of their team name, but you have to get someone into a position to where they can hold, wait for help, and then clear something together. Wow, all defense here, map number 3. So, well, Beef Mommy was correct. 3 O's all day long. Bobby, what the heck just happened?
I went over 2 on the last 2. I'm just down in the mud right now. I'm feeling like Panic. Good Lord.
Oh, too soon.
All right. Well, you know, there's lots of VOD to review, so they've got that to look forward to.
That's true. And I still think that overall, you look at the series, and I think the map set was okay for Panic. I think that's you don't want to play him on Hacienda. You don't want to play him on Takeoff. And in terms of hardpoint, you don't want to play him on Meltdown or things like that. Play the older maps, play maps that everyone's familiar with, that they can go do their own thing if they can find success. But the problem here was they never really had much of an opportunity. Even though, again, kill dispersion between both sides, pretty darn close.
Yep.
So.
It was, I mean, once again, it definitely seemed very much like a mental game in a lot of those scenarios. Like, early on in the Summit hardpoint, opportunities where Panic could have capitalized and snowballed. They didn't make it happen. Animus steamrolled the rest of it. Early on in the Search and Destroy, opportunities where they could have capitalized. Couple rounds that they didn't win that they probably should have. It snowballed.
Yep.
Control.
Yeah.
Defense is strong.
Defense very good. Offense,
yes.
not so good. On the other side, though, not to just frame it up from Panic's perspective, there's going to be a lot of things that Animus can look at and say, okay, we made a couple of mistakes right there. Because here's the thing is, like, for this immediate group stage, we're talking about getting people to playoffs first and foremost. But then it starts to be, you have to be a top 2 team. Animus has the potential of doing that, but to make mistakes like that versus a team like Kings, even maybe like 31 or 117, it could get real nasty real quick.
It's the week of learning for everyone except Mommy, who is a fortune teller and knew exactly how everything was going to play out.
It's just the numbers. It's not me. It's really not me. I mean, it was just right there. Like, if you're looking at the statistics, if you're looking at the past performance of Panic, they're good at slaying, without a doubt, hands down. But the thing is, they forget about the objective. We saw it in the hard points in the previous Europe day 1, day 2, and now we get to see it again. We see it in Search and Destroy, we see it Control. So that's the only thing that they need to work on, and after that they could be a top 4, top 3 team.
All right, well, that's pretty much it for the very first day. So before we say goodbye, oh, just kidding, we have an interview, our first interview of the day with somebody from Animus.
Ooh, good luck.
Oh,
hello.
What's up? How are you?
I'm fine, and you guys?
We are fantastic. We're excited we get to speak to you. You're the first person that has decided to come chat with us. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, no. I'm fine. It was a good win with the team. I'm really happy with the team. We play well, and we're gonna continue on the next match tomorrow.
Oh, I love to hear that. Do you guys have any questions you want to ask?
Oh, I do, definitely.
Yes.
Like, especially, we met already last year. I remember we had such a great time back in Raleigh.
Yeah.
And now it seems like you're stepping up your game, especially with the Holger in hand. I keep remembering that game that you had with 33 kills in Arsenal, man. I mean, yes, you lost that, but the fact that you guys are doing such a phenomenal job under pressure right now, like, how are you feeling right now going to stage 4?
I think like we have new role, you know, we have to play 2 Holger, 3 SMG, so we have to adapt with the team, but we adapt pretty well. Like with the Holger, I'm feeling good, and we're gonna see, but we, like with the Holger, I have good position, I can play the support and the Slayer a little bit, so it's good. I feel good for the stage 4.
With a little shift here for you, brother. First of all, you look great. Good for you. It's been a minute since I've seen you. But I need to ask, because you're playing with a lot of other experienced players now on the squad. You guys have all been through the rigmarole of going through a full year, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5 at this point for the vast majority of them. What kind of a role do you play? Do you play more of like an IGL? Like, who's the one making the calls? Because you guys were outperforming Panic as a full squad, it felt like, more often than not.
Yeah, so I'm the IGL in the team. Like since 1 month. Before it was Nox, but we changed because the role changed. And I think we are full French. We are a French team, so we have a especially good communication. It's maybe the main the difference between the other team. Like we can speak in French, so it's perfect, and it's a big difference.
All right. Love to hear it. I think a lot of people coming into stage 3, stage 4 looked at you guys, especially the name Animus. It strikes fear into people in Europe, but you guys weren't quite as dominant as I think you would probably hope to be in stage 3. What changes have you made that you feel like have helped with your performance over the last couple of matches?
Like I think we changed like the SND maybe. We especially work on SND because it's the most important for the team play. and we're gonna continue like this, like with the SNG and the control. It's big team play, so I think it's the big difference between stage 3 and stage 4.
All right, well, we are about to let you go. Before we do, I just want to know, how are you feeling about your chances being in that top 2 spot to make it to World Championships?
This year it's particularly hard because you see they are a big team with Excel, with Kings and Spanish. So for me, we're gonna take the top 4 and we're gonna take the top 2 because we are hungry, you know. We want to go to stage 5 like last year. Last year it was great in the North Carolina, so I want to be here for the stage 5 with you. So.
I love it. I love it. All right, well, before we let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to do?
GG to my teammate, huh? Narx, Shark, Boot, Rasmo, they are big players. We played since 1 month, so for the moment we did a great work, and thank you for the community. Thank you for everybody who support Animus, and that's all.
All right, well, congratulations one more time, and thank you for jumping in and chatting with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, I love that.
I love him.
I love that.
I love
I finally got to talk to a player. I'm so excited. Listen, if any of you are watching and you've already played for today, come on here and talk to us, okay? Because that was a fantastic interview.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to take a look back at the standings one more time after today so you can see what happened, where everybody shook out. If you're just showing up, it was going to be Kings 117 exclusive and Animus winning the very first matches that they see themselves facing here in the challenge season. Obviously, these things will start to change the more matches we get in the books. Don't forget, it is that round robin format, so they'll have a second opportunity to see each other again in this season, and we'll see if they're able to make any changes and adapt to that. We'll also take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Speaking of those next matches, so you guys know who's playing, we're going to be kicking the day off with Kings versus Exclusive. That'll be a great way to kick off the day. You're excited about that one, Shiv.
I'm very excited about that one. I think the thing is, Bobby had said this when they were watching them beat the brakes off of Icemod, or not Icemod, pardon me, Zidium earlier today, is they did not ever at any moment take the gas pedal down. And that's what you want to see, is they were playing them very seriously. So now you've got to kind of use that as a chance to build momentum against Exclusive. That's a barn burner to start the day. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a really strong performance at a lot of these teams tomorrow, and it'll give some fresh perspectives up against these different squads, and we'll have to see how it all shakes out at the end of the day. Before we say goodbye to everybody, any final thoughts that you want to say?
Ooh, I'm excited for day number 2 because we get to see, for me, I'm looking forward most to Zidium and Panic because obviously you get to see Afer leave Zidium to get into Panic, and so far I feel like he's a good fit to the puzzle, and I'm excited to see how all of these teams, learning from day number 1, get to just educate themselves in the few hours that they have now till tomorrow, and the faster that they adapt, the more points that they get into getting into that stage 5 presence.
All right.
Stage 4's back, baby. I'm ready to do it. It's going to be a long ride, and we're going to learn a lot about every single one of these players. No one's going to be hiding from the scrutiny that I've got for you. If we get this telestrator working, all you players are going to be under the hot seat. Maybe not. Could be good.
Professor Shift.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about that. So excited about that.
Yeah, I love the new Stage 4 format. I think this is what the players have wanted for a really long time, so I'm excited to see what it's going to produce. Hopefully, ultimately, it's going to produce the best Call of Duty Mobile possible, and I think that's what everybody wants at the end of the day.
I think that's certainly the direction that we are headed, but that means we're done here. Our challenge season for COD Mobile is officially kicked off with its first 4 matches in the book. And the way things are going, it's going to be an insane month of competition, so make sure that you guys are here for every single moment of it because it's going to be very, very exciting. Obviously, we have to say thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy for helping us make this entire thing possible. Don't forget, we've got day 2 tomorrow. More COD Mobile action coming your way. So for now, we'll say thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.